to go ahead and get started. So I'm going to officially call this meeting into order at 3:03 p.m. So I'm going to go over this in a little bit, but know that we are going to be using voice votes a lot today. So make sure that you guys are really prepared and super efficient as we go through roll call, because we're going to do this a lot tonight. So make sure that you should know a general sense of when you're going to come up in the order. So have yourself unmiked a couple spots before so that we can get through it real fast. Sounds good? Okay. Senator Biggs.
Present.
Senator Abdi. Senator Abdi. Senator Gustafson.
Here.
Senator Gabbard.
Here.
Senator Vondra.
Here.
Senator Alimo.
Present.
Senator Mendonça.
Present.
Senator Parte. Senator Parte. Senator Salim.
Present.
Senator Nemo.
Present.
410.
Senator Hawk.
Present.
Senator Khan.
Here.
Senator Pham. Senator Pham. Senator Al-Sadi.
Right here.
Senator O'Bara.
Present.
Senator Osmond.
I'm here.
Senator Stitt.
Here.
Senator Nelson.
Here.
Senator Sweeney.
Here.
Louise.
Here.
Senator Wheeler.
Here.
Senator Thomas. Senator Thomas. Senator Abbasi.
Here.
Senator Bejarano.
Here.
Senator Whitman.
Here.
Senator Hopwood.
Here.
Senator Flynn.
Here.
Senator Novak.
Howdy.
Senator Mecklenburg. Senator Mecklenburg.
I can't hear you if you said anything.
She was on. I'm not sure where she went.
I can see her. She's trying to speak right now, but it seems her audio isn't working.
Senator Mecklenburg, can you hear us? Okay, we'll come back. President Trenny.
Here.
Vice President Multari. Here. Okay, we're gonna go over those ones that I'm missing. So Senator Abdi.
He's unmuted. Maybe he can't speak as well.
Senator Abdi.
He's on.
Can you let me know in the chat, Senator Abdi, if you're here? Okay, Senator Parte. Okay, I have a message from him. He's here. Senator Pham. Senator Pham. Okay. And then Senator Thomas. Senator Thomas. All right. We are going to go ahead and move on. So next we're going to go ahead and go into presentations. We just have one today, and that is mine to give some final thoughts on the budget meeting and just things that you should know and how we're going to run it, because we will be running it a little bit differently than our typical Senate meeting. Okay, so the first thing that I need all senators to do is to go on to Zoom and change your Zoom name to Senator and then whatever you go by. So for most of you, that's your last name. Some of you go by other things. So you can do that by clicking on the little 3 dots in the corner of your own screen. And then it should say rename. And then go ahead and just write sen.your name. So that way, as we're going through, that makes it a little bit more efficient. I can tell who's a senator and who's not right away. Next up, Next, we're going to be using voice vote to make this voting process transparent and super consistent throughout the whole meeting. So I'm going to go over a quick example of how this is going to work. So say that we're on the line item for repertory dance. we would enter our discussion period. I'd call for discussion points 3 times. Is there any discussion, any discussion, any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we're going to proceed to the vote. And then I'm going to ask for dissent. So if you are dissenting, I need you to give verbal dissent. So you would unmute yourself and dissent. So I'll ask, is there any dissent, any dissent, any dissent? Seeing no dissent, then we would pass it as the SAC recommended allocation states. If one of you dissents, all I have to do is hear at least one of you, and then that means we would go into an automatic roll call vote. So if I'd say there is dissent, and then I would start at the top of my roll call sheet, and we'll go through each senator. When you're voting, you have 3 options. You can vote in the affirmation, so you could just say like, yes, yay, affirmation, anything like that works. You can vote in the dissent, so no, nay, dissent, anything like that. Or you can vote to abstain. Remember, if you are voting to abstain, that means that you either have a moral conflict that prevents you from being able to vote, or if there's a circumstance where you didn't see the presentation that they're voting on and you didn't do your homework and go and watch it. And so that might be an option when you would abstain, but you were elected here to represent your constituents and to be active in this meeting. And so I expect, for the most part, there should be very few, if any, abstentions. Everyone clear on that? Cool. Okay. So next, let's talk about discussion points. So this is going to be a difference from our typical Senate meeting. Usually when we enter into discussion, you can speak as many times as you want, have as many thoughts as you want, all of that is allowed. During this meeting, because of the length and because of how much we have to get through, we do not do that. That's not unique to this year. That's every year that this rule is in place. So you will be limited to 2 speaking points per discussion period. So if we go back to our repertory dance example, when we enter that discussion period, I can call on you twice to have a discussion point. After that, you are cut off from continuing to speak in that discussion. So a couple clarifications with that. You cannot enter a discussion point in the chat or I will call you out of order. So the chat is not to be used for furthering the discussion in any way. Only, I would even suggest that you don't use it to say like, I agree, or I don't agree, or whatever. Let's avoid that entirely. I guess the chat in this instance would be kind of how we've used it in past meetings to say like, good job, or thank you, or something like that. But we're not going to use it to further the discussion in any way. Another important clarification though, is that if we're in a discussion period and you have like a procedural question, that would not count as a discussion point. So in that instance, you would motion and you would say point of clarification. I would call on you, you would ask your question, I would answer it, and that does not count towards your tally of how many times you get to speak in that discussion period. So does that make sense? Because that's a little bit different than what we typically do. Yes? Okay. Let's go on to questioning periods. So during questioning periods, you can ask as many questions as you want, pending that they are actual questions and not just like sneaky discussion points. So don't use a questioning period to go on a 5-minute rant about something and then at the end be like, do you agree? That doesn't count. I'll call you out of order. Another thought is don't ask a question that's already been asked, and don't ask a question that could be answered by looking in their budget. So an example of that would be like, don't ask what are the primary goals of your department, because we know that we can see that directly in their budget. So that's going to help us be efficient with our time, be efficient with the people who are coming in to speak's time, and make sure that we keep moving. Okay, next, during the discussion period, we will not be yielding to people not in Senate unless it is a procedural question, a question about the reserves, different ways to fund, etc. So we're not going to be yielding to ask whether or not somebody supports something or what their opinion on that funding level is or anything like that. During that discussion period, that is your guys' time. And I want to make sure that we are reserving that time for you, that your voice is the one being prioritized, and that after listening and asking questions and all this is your time to really discuss it. So that is reserved for you guys, not for people in the gallery. Well, I guess not for people who aren't senators in the Zoom room. Okay, before I go on to motions, are there any questions related to that? So any questions? No?
Madam Speaker, I just have a question. So when can I actually form a motion?
Yep, so I'm gonna get to that right next. We're gonna talk about motions. So I'll answer them just 1 second. Are there any other questions about what I've covered so far, about discussion periods, question periods, anything like that? No? Okay. So now let's go on to motions. So to answer Senator El-Sadi's question, if you want to motion to change, so if you disagree with what SAC recommended allocation for a certain department, you have every right to disagree and you have every right to want to change that. So what you would do is you would say, motion, I would recognize you. So another way to do that is to raise your hand on participants, and then you would say motion to end. If you disagreed with the SAC allocation recommendation, and then I would ask for a second. If there's a second, then we'll go into a discussion period. Just a quick thing on seconds that I think is a little bit confusing. If you second something, that doesn't inherently mean that you agree, is that you want to entertain the conversation. So it means you want to go into discussion about it. So don't get too in your head. If you think that that's a worthy idea worth discussing, you can go ahead and second it, even if you maybe disagree with the details. But yes, so that's what you do. Now say that there's a motion on the table. So Vice President Multari has motioned for $15 million for repertory dance. If you agree that you don't want the SAC allocation, but you don't agree with Senator Multari's $15 million, you would like a lower amount, you can amend that motion. So you would again just say motion to amend the allocation to 13 million. Okay, we're again gonna ask for a second, and then we would go into a discussion period on that amendment, and then we would vote on that amendment, and then we would go back to the motion as a whole, and then vote on that. Okay, now get this. If you don't agree with the amendment, you can move to amend an amendment. So we can just add in one more layer of voting and slight confusion, but you can't amend an amendment to an amendment. So only two. And then at that point, let's just make a new motion because things are going to be too confusing. So for all of that, we're just looking for simple majority, which means that every time we vote on that, we're going to need 16 of you to vote in affirmation in order for that to pass. So to clarify, you would motion to allocate a certain amount. You want to change that, motion to amend. You want to change that change, motion to amend the amendment. Everyone, I know I went over that kind of fast. Is everyone good on that? Okay, yes, I'm seeing nods. All right. Another motion. So, okay. So another motion is a motion to take a break.
Yes, you saw it.
Oh, okay.
So let's make sure they can see you.
Got it. Okay. So a motion to take a break, what you would say is a motion to recess for a certain amount of time. So if you feel like, Kara, we've been talking for 3 hours about this, like I think we all just need to regroup for a second and then come back. You would just say like motion for a 7-minute recess or something. And then that doesn't, that's different than motioning to adjourn. Motioning to adjourn would mean we were done with the meeting. Recess is just like a quick break. So we don't really do that in typical Senate meetings, but we do that in this one. We don't have set recess times. So if you guys feel as though we need a recess, you have every right to try and motion for one. Okay, now different but similar. If you think that we are like stuck on a topic or we're not making progress through discussion or amendments keep failing, etc., you can motion to caucus, which would mean that you could speak informally, like I wouldn't be calling on you, we wouldn't be recording it for that set period of time. So that it's different from a recess because a recess is like a break. A caucus would be like, okay, we're going to set aside this amount of time and you guys are going to try and figure it out. And then we're going to come back to Senate and figure it out formally, or recognize what you've already figured out. So again, recess and caucus. We could also use like breakout rooms if that's something that people are interested in. We don't typically caucus, but we can. So you have that right. Okay, and then finally, back to our questioning periods. So again, typically during Senate meetings, we don't put a time limit on questioning periods. We just kind of go until there's no more. Today, we have set 5-minute questioning periods, but that does not mean that you are limited to 5 minutes. So if there are more people on the speakers list, I might entertain a motion to extend the questioning period, or you guys can do it as well. So you could motion to extend the questioning period in 5-minute intervals. So you could say, well, motion to extend the questioning period by another 5 minutes. Then we'd have 5 more minutes to talk. We run out of speakers, we run out. If we don't, then we exhaust that questioning period. If you want, we can extend. If not, we can move on. So I'm gonna just quickly go over those again in case you want to write them down so you have a reminder. If you want to change the SAC recommended allocation, you would say motion, insert the amount you want to allocate for insert department, the department we're speaking about. If you want to amend that motion, you would say motion to amend the allocation to blah, 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 blah. If you want to amend the amendment, that's kind of self-explanatory. If you want to take a break, you would say motion to recess for insert amount of time. If you think we're stuck and you want to speak informally, you would say motion to caucus for insert amount of time. If you want to ask more questions and we could have a limit, you're going to say motion to extend questioning time by 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to pause there. I think I might have questions and then we'll move on to my final thoughts on that. Okay, I have a question from Senator Mendoza.
I want to make a point of clarification. In the event of a caucus, in the event that there is a caucus, with the parties going into a breakout room, what happens with all the uninvolved parties in the regular room?
Good question. So that's part of the reason why I wanted you guys to put senator at the beginning. So we would just move senators there, because you would be caucusing just as senators and vice president and president. So you would all have the ability to go there, caucus, speak informally, and then we would set the breakout room for that set amount of time. At that time, I would end the breakout room and you guys would come back. Does that make sense? Can't see you, but I'm gonna guess yes. Okay. Any other questions here before I move on to final thoughts?
Are points of clarification motions considered motions?
So like you would, for example, for this instance, you would say motion, point of clarification, and then I call it.
Perfect.
Sounds good. Anyone else before I move on to final thoughts? No? Okay. So final thoughts. Make sure that you are referencing the documents on Teams. So you should all know how to get there. You're going to go to Teams, Senate, Files, budget meeting documents. For the most part, you're going to be sitting in the staff ones, and you can go through all of that. Yeah. Another one is remember to speak concisely, be intentional with your words, think about what you want to say before you say it. going along with that, I find it really helpful in my experience to write out the question I have while I'm waiting to be called on, because that way I know exactly what I'm going to say. I don't feel like I'm frazzled. So I would highly recommend that. My other thought is just to take this serious, because everyone who's here is probably expecting that we're going to be staying here later than normal. But also just remember to be kind and patient to each other. We're all here. We all have beliefs and values related to these departments because we know what they can offer to our school and because we love Mankato. So have that in mind. We're all here for the same purpose. Our ways of getting there may be different, but our purpose remains the same. I have one final thought before I was gonna go. Okay. Periodically, we will be checking in with John. He has our master spreadsheet going to kind of give us a sense of like where we're at in terms of allocations and how close we are to that 2% over, under, whatever. So I don't have like a set after this certain amount of allocations we're going to do that, but yeah, we'll just periodically. Okay, wonderful. So are there any final questions on that presentation? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Okay, yeah, and just one more general reminder that I have. If we did not ask a department to come in either as an invited speaker or as if they're appealing on their own, we should not really be in good faith amending their budgets or their set allocations, because just they had no reason to think that that was up for discussion. And so let's just be mindful of that expectation too as we go. Awesome. Okay, so with that concludes my presentation. Open forum is suspended. Approval of the consent agenda is suspended, which means we're going to head straight into officer reports. President Trent, you have the floor.
Okay, I can't follow myself, that's okay. I just want a couple of things, because I know we're pressed for time. Me and Confer is next Thursday, 11:30 to 1. Again, that's when we meet with President Dalport and his entire cabinet. It's a great time to hear what's going on at the university, get your thoughts into the president and his cabinet, because that's where we do the tighter consultation regarding like tuition. Everything we pass here tonight will come to that meeting as well. We're not going to change anything. It's just a formality is, hey, President Dalport, this is what student government did at our budget meetings. Again, that's 11:30 to 1 on Zoom. Just send me a message if you want to come. There's no space limit, so anyone can come and everyone can come. Student government elections are still happening. I think the deadline to apply for the executives is Monday, right? Yeah, for president and vice president is Monday. Senator and the other election stuff is also on Teams and on Engage and on the website. Encourage everyone to make sure people know about it and that people plan to vote. I've worked a lot on this stuff today, and you'll hear a lot about it. So I just want to update people that I've been very stressed for time this week as well. That's an understatement, right? Yeah, okay. The last thing after this meeting, so ideally the 31st or the 7th, everyone saw David Cowan's email to the Senate. The Constitution Commission heard a couple bylaw amendments that they want to make or suggesting to make. And that will be coming before Senate one of those 2 days, and we'll clarify that in the executive. But just want to keep everyone in the know about that. And with that, I yield for the questions.
Are there any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, Vice President Multari.
Hello, everyone. For my officer report, I just have a few things. Return to Learn committee met yesterday, and they talked about the classes being in person. They're planning on how the classes are going to look like again, trying to get back to normal. And the other subcommittees of Return to Learn are trying to meet as well and figure out how the departments are going to look like and how other areas of the school are going to look like. Other than this, I also met with Dr. Welsos and we discussed about the academic different majors and different programs we're planning to work on. But basically this week we mostly worked on budget. As President Tony said, it's an understatement. And yeah, some of you might have received a message or an email saying, if you keep your cameras on, you will be entered for a drawing of a gift card. So make sure if you stay for 85% of the meeting with your camera on, you will be entered for that drawing. And I wish you all.
Are there any questions for Vice President Altari? Any questions? Any questions? Okay, seeing none, we are, it's my presentation or my report. I'm going to yield my report, seeing as I just spoke. Some of the reports are suspended. We have a vacancy election available, but we did not receive a candidate this week. There's no new business, which means it is time for old business. So starting off with the discussion of the order of business for the budget hearing. You guys should all have the agenda in front of you. So you should all be able to refer to that. But essentially what we're going to start with, wow, pretty close to on time at 3:30, is the CSU fee. So we're now going to go ahead and enter a discussion period on the CSU fee. Remember, you guys heard that proposal, I believe a couple of weeks ago. So are there any points of discussion on the CSU fee? Are there any points of discussion? Any?
I think it might be just helpful just to remind them what that fee was, so the increase or the amount or that kind of stuff. So that this year's allocation and the proposed for next year.
So the CSU fee was, they're asking for a 0% increase. They're maintaining that flat rate, which I believe was 1078. Okay, so they're asking to maintain at 1078. And they presented a couple weeks ago, I believe, Allison Allen, and there's another presenter, they came and spoke to us. So again, is there any discussion on the CSU fee? Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we're going to go straight into a vote. So again, this is where we're going to be using our voice vote. So if you dissent, get ready to unmute your camera or your mic. Is there any dissent to the approval of the CSU fee? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, I assume unanimous consent and the CSU fee is approved as recommended. All right, next we're going to talk about the campus rec outdoor facility fee. So just a reminder, this was the one that's kind of related to like the dome fee, the one that has been previously agreed upon, but comes to us essentially as a formality to kind of get our final thoughts on it. And so is there any discussion on the campus rec outdoor facility fee? Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we're going to move to a vote.
Is there?
Senator Flynn, did you have a discussion point?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to look at my notes here. I did want to, I was wondering about the funding for, well, not so much the funding, but how much the workers for the dome teardown actually get paid, if that's something we know.
So I'm going to go ahead and call that one out of order. It's not pertaining to the actual budget or the actual facility fee. So I would encourage you to reach out to probably Todd could give you that direct information on that. But I can't do that right now. Thank you though. Are there any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any others? Seeing none, is there any dissent to concurring the previously agreed upon campus rec outdoor facility fee? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing none, I see unanimous consent, and the campus rec outdoor facility fee is approved. Okay, which means we are now going to move on to student activity fees. So starting off with that.
Sorry, I didn't see on the agenda. Do you want to do the sports dome fee at this time as well? Because there's the outdoor rec facility fee and there's the sports dome fee as well.
Thank you for that correction.
Yes.
So before we move on to the student activities fee, we are actually also going to do the sports dome. Can I get the full name?
It's on my list. It's the seasonal sports dome.
Okay.
That's 83 cents a credit hour, capped at 10.
Okay. The seasonal sports dome fee, and it's my understanding that this is previously agreed upon as well. Okay. So related to the seasonal sports dome, is there any discussion points to that fee? Any discussion points? Any discussion points? Any discussion points? Seeing none, we're going to head into a vote. Is there any dissent to concurring with the previously agreed upon fee for the seasonal sports dome fee? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing none, I see unanimous consent and that fee is approved. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and move on to the student activity fee. So how this is going to work is we're going to start with the speakers that you all invited to speak on their piece, which for us, that'll again be that 5-minute questioning block, and that's what the invited speaker is going to be doing. They're going to be answering questions that you guys have. So we have theater going in first for our invited speakers. Is the person who is here representing theater unmute themselves so I can see them? The theater. Is anyone here for theater? Okay. I don't see anyone here for theater. So with no dissent, I would suggest that we go on to our appeals and then come back to our invited speaker and see if they've shown up. Okay. Oh, they're right here. So just kidding. Just give us a second. Let's let them go.
Matt Karen.
Okay, I am going to call again. Is there anyone here for theater?
Yes.
Wonderful. So I just gave the senators a quick rundown, but I'll just remind you as well. How this is going to work is we'll enter a 5-minute questioning period. Well, senators will have the chance to ask you questions. If we feel that the discussion needs to go on for longer than 5 minutes, they can motion to extend the questioning period so that we can continue. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I haven't, my chair is also going to be joining us shortly, Julie Kerberry. We're sort of tag teaming this. I just left another meeting with her and I think she's on her way.
I'm here.
Oh, great. Julie is here. Yep. So we're ready to go.
Excellent. So with that, do we have any questions? President Trenny.
I have one, well, I have many, but I'll take one at a time and So my first question to you at the theater department, you guys got allocated last year $68,000. What if, I'm going to ask the question, what if you don't receive the $82,000? What will students see from that, maintaining your current allocation? Does that make sense?
Yep. So the question is, what will we see? So if we maintain the current allocation, which was reduced by 14 from last year, so what that money goes for directly is funding our production budget. So if you, in our budget, you can see that there's a $70,000 that we spend each year to fund the entirety of our productions, all of the plays and musicals that we produce. This goes for paying for sets and costumes and all that, as well as royalties of rights and all that kind of stuff gets rolled into that. So reducing it by 14 means that we have to come up with another way to pay for a portion of that line of our budget, as well as a portion of our student travel, which is the other element that the student allocations fund would fund. If that makes sense.
Are there any other questions? Okay, President Treni has a follow-up.
Yes, so with your current allocation, I'm going to ask, have you been able to make that work with the 68 you have now?
That's tough in this year of COVID because we've lost in since a year ago, we've an estimated total revenue loss of about $350,000 because of our reduced seating capacity. If you, in our budget, you can see that we anticipate about $360,000 in ticket revenue. And this year it was just decimated, absolutely decimated. And so adding on top of that was the reduction of $14,000 from last year too. Of course, we still trucked along, you know, theaters still, our students are still happy to perform. We still found a way to make theater happen. We cut our budgets this year by 50% in anticipation of the revenue loss. So it's all it's all quite complicated with the finances. But so to answer the question, how we did, it's, you know, we still did our shows, but we're losing a lot of money.
Thank you. Senator
Sure.
Cox.
So with having the school coming back to normal, as I had also seen, like you guys had a reduction to like 68,000 from like 82. So my question mainly is that with school coming back to normal, as you guys were also functioning last year, is the 68,000 still possible to run with? As school's going to be, as we all know, with next semester coming up, it being there. So instead of asking for an 82,000, will the 68,000 still be possible to work with? Or do you actually need an increase with more people coming in to see, with more seating capacity being there?
Sure, I understand the question. So we don't know what the seating capacity is going to be yet for next year. So we're still operating under the assumption that it's still going to be a limited seating capacity next year. I doubt, yes, we're seeing a loosening of restrictions, but even so, I don't know that we'll actually get to 100% seating capacity in theaters and stuff yet. So that's just a huge unknown for us. So can we do it? Of course, we could do anything with any amount of money that we're given. Can we do it well? And as we have been doing, that would be a supreme challenge for us. We do rely on the money that we get from the Student Activities Committee, from the student government, from those student fees. Yes, we have we bring in revenue. We're almost entirely self-funded except for the money that we get from you all to, from the student fees.
Thank you. Vice President.
Would you be able to give us a rough estimate of how much revenue does theater generate during? Okay,
Okay, I'm going to strike that question down because it is listed in your budget already. Moving back, are there any other questions? Okay, Senator Stiff.
Yeah, so I'm not sure who to direct this question to, but can anyone just clarify?
Senator Stiff, your audio is cutting out. Could you speak?
Yeah, can you guys hear me now? Okay, so I don't know who to direct this question to, but I was just wondering if I can clarify what happens to any.
Senator, I'm sorry, your audio is cutting out again. Could you try to take your AirPods out? That might work better.
I'll type it.
Okay, and then I'll repeat the question out loud. I'm going to pause the time as she types. Okay, her question is, can anyone clarify what happens to any money that may not be used in the theater budget? John, do you wanna
Sure.
take that?
Well, it depends on the source of the funds and where the money's coming from. So theater has many, many different sources of revenue. So as is the case with any student activity fee funded area, if there are funds left at the end of the year from that student activity fee allocation in particular, generally speaking, they have been allowed to carry that forward. Now, if that exceeds 10% of their budget or $10,000, whichever number is greater, they have had to make a case as to why that money should be able to be carried forward. This past year, what you all decided to do was to reduce the carry forward amount automatically for everybody to 10%. And the rest of the funds were moved back to the student activity fee reserves.
Thank you. Senator Stiff, does that answer your question? Wonderful. Moving on to Senator Hopwood.
So if you if you do get the $14,000 increase on your budget, what benefits would it be with the students when buying tickets? Because I know that we even though you guys have a lot of revenue and you get money from this as well, do you have any benefits on how much the tickets cost for the students to see theaters and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm actually really glad you answered that because we're in the midst of moving into some experiments next year with that. Right now, as it stands, all students are entitled to a student discount for all of our shows. And it's a different discount depending on if it's a studio show, if it's a straight play, or if it's a musical. So all those discounts are slightly different based on the ticket price. But for example, for a musical, which is our most expensive type of production, the MSU student, the regular price is $24 for general admission, but an MSU student would pay $16. For a studio show, for example, the regular price is $10 and the MSU student would pay $8 for that. Something that we're looking at implementing next year, probably not for all of our shows, but for a few of them, is an open preview performance for MSU students, meaning we already allow our theater students, they can get into the shows for free for a preview performance, but we would like to open that up to MSU students in general, so that we can encourage more of our students to come in and see the shows. And if we have a free option for that, then that makes a lot of sense to us. It gets difficult with offering free tickets, for example, for a regularly scheduled production because we have so many patrons that buy the seats in advance that, free tickets for students for regular shows gets into a lot of issues with reserved seating and so on. But we are looking at ways to expand our ability to serve a wider variety of students on campus.
Thank you. Because we have exhausted our 5-minute questioning period, but we do still have speakers on the speakers list. So I would entertain a motion to extend the questioning period by another 5 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Wonderful. Is there any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, I assume unanimous consent, and we are going to go ahead and extend. Moving on to Senator Ruiz.
Hi, just really quickly, I'm seeing on page 4 of the packet, you guys have money coming in from, it says Foundation Unrestricted. I was wondering what that money goes to use.
Yeah, that is, that's all donations that it's like our checking account. And so that is the money that we use to balance our budget at the end of the year. So if we do end the year in a deficit because, we don't make as much money as maybe we intend to, that's how we balance the budget. And this year we're cutting into that rather deeply.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have President Trenny.
Yeah, so thank you for coming. So I had a question as well up front related from the packet, something you said as well. You mentioned you lost $350,000 as a rough estimate due to COVID. Are you getting or receiving or planning on getting or receiving any federal stimulus money from the federal government?
I sure hope so, to be honest with you. We have no idea yet, though. We're working with our dean in that regard right now, but we have no idea yet.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hawk.
My question is, as we have heard from John, that some of the money goes back to the student activities reserve. If the budget's not approved, can from there the money be allocated back to theater if they need it, or is there any other way, like through fundings that they have mentioned, it can be cut into like from the reserve?
I'm not fully understanding the question.
Could you rephrase your question, Senator Hawk?
So like if some, like at points, if the allocation is not approved for like the increase of $14,000, the money in the student activities in the reserve, can the theater use that to cover up the budget, or they do only have to go into their own reserve from the donations in order to cover that up?
Great. So, okay. So say, for example, I'm going to throw some fake numbers at you. Say, for example, they were allocated $50,000 last year. Okay. What happened last year is a lot of departments didn't spend as much money because we had COVID hit. So they had a whole bunch of money left over. So say they were allocated $50,000 last year and they had $20,000 left over. What student government did this year is they reduced the amount that the department automatically got to keep to 10% of their budget. So theater would have been allowed to keep $5,000 of that unspent money. The rest went back to reserves, okay? Now, anything that goes back into student activity fee reserve, the department cannot just use without an action of student government. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Excellent. So next I'm going to move on to Senator Gabbard.
Yeah, so I was just looking at the advertising revenue for this year. It was, or last year was committed $20,000, but then so far it has been committed of around 1,300, and then the budget request is 15,000. So I'm just wondering if there are plans to use the rest of that 20,000 for last year's budget, and how you will use the 15,000 for next year.
I'm going to consult with Bev.
I can answer that.
Yeah, thank you. Bev is our administrative assistant. And just so everyone is aware, this is my first year as the managing director of this program. So the first year I'm actually dealing with this budget. Bev has more experience with this, so she can fill in some of that historical context for us. So I'm going to turn it over to her if that's all right.
Yeah, so last year, some of the budget line things, we had an extreme deficit last year because we didn't have the revenue that we expected. So things like that, when we allotted so much money towards advertising, but we didn't spend it, that money was just consumed in the other things that were already purchased.
Thank you. Senator Mendoza.
This is a point of clarification from for John again for the information that he just provided us. Was it 10% of the leftover budget or 10% of the original money requested by the department that they are allowed to retain?
10% of the allocation.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll give you my real number, for example. For fraternity and sorority life, our budget, I had quite a bit left over, but our budget was 15,000. I was allowed to carry forward 1,500, which was 10% of my original allocation.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So we have exhausted another 5-minute questioning block. Would anyone like to motion to extend?
Yes.
Senator Hawkway, you motion to extend. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Senator Novak, second. Is there any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, we will continue. Senator Hopwood, I see your hand raised. Do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah. So you mentioned before that you guys give out student discounts and to to people who want to see the show. But if you guys get the increased budget of $14,000, would you increase the discount of the student tickets because you do get money from the students who from our fees with our tuition? So I'm just wondering, like, it kind of just seems like we're paying more.
Sure. I think I track your question. The student discount rate has been pretty consistent over the years that we've had the student discount, and so even when we had the full amount of $82,000, the discount was still at roughly the same percentage. I'm just looking at some past numbers here. Actually, we've increased the discount for the musicals by a percentage point. So under our old price point, it was a 32% discount. The new price point is a 33% discount, even with the reduced allocation. So to answer the question directly, no, we don't have plans to increase the student discount for the tickets. However, as I mentioned earlier too, we do have plans to look at alternate ways to increase the accessibility of our shows to a wider swath of MSU students by offering special performances for MSU students that are free of charge.
Thank you.
And then if the student still wanted to see a regular performance, then we would still allow them the discounted ticket price, but that would be a regular, they'd have to pay and buy a ticket like everybody else does.
Thank you. Senator Pham.
Hi, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I see the document that we have the general funds and then equipment and also like many fees that the students already also pay for the program. And if I'm not mistaken, like students taking their courses are also required to come to the theater or go to things that's similar. They have to pay for the ticket and write a report about it. So how are those money are being used and, like throughout the pandemic and everything?
So that money that any student would pay to see a show, or anyone would pay to see a show, is part of our ticket revenue overall. So that goes into the big old revenue bucket, or the smaller revenue bucket during COVID times, if you will. Does that answer the question? Did I track it correctly?
Do you mean theater students, theater and dance students, or do you mean students at large?
I mean, theater and dance students.
Yeah, that's what Matt, you want to answer that?
Yeah, so theater and dance students, we do allow our majors and minors to what we call rush any show. We also have, which means that they can show up for any production. And if there are available seats, then they sign their name on a little sheet and we allow them in to see the show. And we have a preview performance. That's the show that happens before opening night. It's still technically a rehearsal, but it's the final dress rehearsal before we open up to a public audience, and we allow our majors and minors to see that show for free as well. Because oftentimes, as you're right, the senator just asked the question about, our students are required to see, for nearly all of our classes, they're required to see nearly all of our shows. And so that is the way that we make that happen without breaking the bank, as it were.
Thank you. Senator Al-Sadi.
Yeah, so as someone that actually appreciates having the theater's presence on campus, I took many theater classes and I would like to see their needs being met. I just have one question for you, because since 2016, you guys have been very constant. $82,000 since 2019 and 2020, and then when a decrease happened, you asked for an increase with the same amount as the decrease. My question is why didn't you guys ask for more, or do you think that this is enough funding for those objectives that you mentioned in the document to be met?
That's a great question. And I'm going to give you my perspective. And then Bev, if you have a little more historical perspective on that, you can chime in. But as I understand it, the 82,000 has been what we've been operating under for quite some time, and it's been sufficient to meet our needs, along with the other funding we received through our own self-generated income with ticket sales. We didn't see a need to. We're not asking for an increase in an allocation. Really, in our mind, we're asking for a reinstatement of what we had pre-COVID times. That's really, I think, how we're approaching this. Bev or Julie, do you have any?
Part of the question was, why don't we act? Because obviously we still go into our, we have to get those donation funds in order to balance our budget. And so I guess I don't know why we don't ask for more. I think when we got a decrease last year, I think we kind of looked at it as we didn't have a place to ask for more. So does that answer your question?
Yes, actually it does. Thank you.
And I'm just going to briefly say, because I'm new at this too, I'm a new chair that replaced somebody who'd been in this position for 35 years. So we're all gaining more literacy here. But one thing we're also doing is rethinking the shows that we are presenting, we're representing more diverse voices, bringing in different directors. So we're doing some changes here that we feel are more reflective of what's going on in the 21st century. So.
Thank you. This time we have elapsed another 5-minute period. I don't have any speakers on the speakers list. Just for reference, does anyone want to make a motion at this time? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Peter, for coming in and speaking with us. For reference, you will go first when we start into our final recommendations. So if you want to stay, you're totally invited to, but that's when senators will then have a chance to discuss among themselves. Perfect. So next, we are going to go ahead and now move into appeals. The appeals process is different than the invited speakers. How it will work is the person who is appealing, the person who is appealing will come and they'll have a 3-minute chance to speak. And then following that 3-minute, the chair of staff does have a chance to rebut that for 2 minutes. So if they want, they can take that rebuttal, but they don't have to. And then after that, we would then go into the 5-minute questioning blocks like before. So starting with student events team, who is here to appeal?
I am, Nicole.
Wonderful. So let me go ahead and get my clock ready, and then you are good to go whenever you'd like to begin.
You ready?
Yep.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole Osborne, and I am the president for the student events team. We recently requested $115,220 for our fiscal budget of 2021-2022 academic year, and we received a recommended $5,000 reduction. Our purpose today is an appeal to this recommendation, as we don't believe it will help Minnesota State prosper. COVID is a very unpredictable factor. I think we can all agree to that. So while COVID has made things pretty difficult, we've persevered. The student events team's purpose on campus is to create fun, interactive events for students to celebrate their Maverick Pride. Though COVID has made these events look pretty different, our purpose remains the same. We feel that the amount we requested is essential to provide the students with the events and experiences they're not only expecting, but they deserve. It might not be exactly the same as 2 years ago, but we will have the same impact. So here's why we are appealing the recommendation. First, last week, the governor lifted a considerable amount of restrictions, and these will likely continue to be lifted further. This being said, there's so much to look forward to in the fall in terms of what we can do with less restrictions. We're excited to create new and exciting events for all students to enjoy in the fall and bring back a little taste of that Maverick Pride that may have been missed during the pandemic. Second, historically, any reduction in our budget has not been easily replaced. This cut for 2021 can have lasting implications in 2022, 2023, and beyond. One example of this, Homecoming used to have $60,000 in 2014. This provided opportunities to get larger concerts at lower cost to students. In the past, 2 reductions have brought this number down to $51,000, and it has never been replaced. This has resulted in higher ticket costs to students. Next, both first year and second year students have been deprived of traditional college experiences. Now's really the time to focus in on that and give them that experience, and we can do that next year. So cutting our funding will make that definitely harder. Lastly, while we don't know the future, we do know our past. We've always taken into consideration the money that we're using and that it's coming from the students. And so we use it as consciously as we can. We don't take that lightly. In addition, we've always given back the funds that we don't use. We plan on continuing this tradition, and we believe the money we don't use should definitely always go back to the students. We understand the predicaments this university as a whole is under due to COVID, but we hope you take our appeal into consideration. We value our place on campus and our students greatly. Our goal, COVID restrictions or not, is to provide the students with experiences they deserve and allow them to fully feel connected to the university as a Maverick. So thank you all for listening.
Thank you. At this time, the SAC chair does have an opportunity to have a rebuttal. Our SAC chair that I see present is Senator Whitman. Senator Whitman, would you like to use that?
Yeah, hello everybody. I'll speak here for a quick moment. I'd like to first start off by saying that the Student Allocations Committee acknowledges and is appreciative of everything the student events team does for students. We just felt during our deliberations that looking at some specific line items, such as what they have budgeted for travel, what they have budgeted for public speakers and entertainers, and what those 2 things. The public speakers and entertainers budget, the last normal fiscal year we had, they only spent $35,000 for that line item, but this year they had allocated $56,000. So that was a large portion of, we felt they could take money from that portion of their budget to make up for other areas they might need funding for.
Thank you. So at this point, we'll now go into question and answer. So again, you'll have that 5-minute block. Are there any questions for student events team? Senator Novak.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a fairly common question, but you guys mentioned how it was essential to have this funding and that you guys previously requested. Can you give us an idea of what differences and changes that can provide, what additional things you would be able to provide, or what things you might be losing if you don't get this this request versus if you do?
Yeah, so $5,000, I mean, it may not seem like all that much out of kind of the whole grand scheme of it. But for us, I mean, that's 2 of our larger events. That's Mount Cato. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but that's the combination of Mount Cato and Wow Zone put together. So without $5,000, I mean, that makes an impact right there. We certainly have areas that cost a little more money, just kind of with the nature of the entertainment, I guess. So speaking to like the entertainment chair and like the concerts, things like that, just in their nature, they're a little more expensive, but $5,000 for those kind of simpler events, you know, it could really take an impact on the popular events that we were even still able to do this past year with COVID.
Thank you. Senator Hawk.
So my question is, with the remaining balance that you guys have as of now, as it's in your package there, from there, if 10% can be changed after next year, why is there a request for an increase, like for the original budget, like they have increased, like asked for is 115, why is still that there, as there can be a 10% transfer from this year to the next year?
I'll take that one. That refers to her 3rd bullet point of that once that money's taken away, we have to ask for it back. and that's not guaranteed in the future, right? So that means 2022, forever, that's gone. Does that make sense? And so when especially if it's a compensation for COVID, that when we're all really back in full in 2022, 23, 24, those adjustments need to be made, if that makes sense. So it's a permanent reduction, if that makes sense, to the baseline instead of a one-time reduction or something like that.
Thank you. Senator Novak.
Yeah, so this is a follow-up question to what I previously asked, because you were talking about how that amount of funding tends to lead to about 2 of your bigger events. Would it be then the strategy if this grant does not get funded, would it be the strategy to drop those events, or would it more so be the strategy to cut funding in different parts around the area and spread it out?
I mean, we certainly don't want to drop any events, especially the ones that we can get a bunch of students to, because like I mentioned, that's the whole point of what we do is to give students, a chance to embrace their Maverick pride. So yeah, I guess the goal would be to keep those. I don't know if that was like your full question. Yeah, we certainly don't want to get rid of like our popular events that we have.
The reduction would have an impact. It's a big enough reduction where it would have an impact where there would be a noticeable change in one way, shape, or form. I know it's particularly student travel was indicated there, and just to let people know that student travel is actually used to take a couple of the student events team students to a conference typically that's actually right now, in which we actually go see entertainers and can work with other schools to get them at a significantly reduced price because they all come to the same area at one time. So you actually end up usually sometimes saving dollars. And to the point too of the per entertainer's budget being less, the most significant portion of all that entertainer budget, it goes to either a large comedian or large concert or large speaker. And that is really funded through revenue. So if the higher it gets, the bigger the artists you get, the higher the ticket prices. Cutting that means either making those tickets more expensive, seeking out smaller artists, things of that nature. Because I think what Nicole said too is we're really committed to engaging students in that traditional college experience. And when the budget cut happens, the student events team will get together and decide where they want to make those cuts. And sometimes the most easy way to make that cuts without making a dramatic difference is at the really, really, really big things, which would be large concerts, large speakers, things of that nature. So it would maybe reduce their ability to maybe go that next step up to find that big concert or that big speaker or a comedian that they're wanting to look at. That typically in the past, when we've looked at cuts, that's typically where they tend to happen.
Thank you. So at this point, we have exhausted the 5-minute questioning period. Is there any motions on the floor to extend it?
Motion to extend.
Is there a second?
A second.
Is there any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, I assume unanimous consent. We will extend it another 5 minutes, starting with Senator Ruiz.
Hi, so I represent off-campus students, and just out of curiosity, I wanted to know if you guys collect any data on how many, like what percentage of people who attend the events come from off-campus, if that's possible.
Yeah, actually, we don't have that data this year. We've tracked it over the past couple years. And if you look, well, I don't have a breakdown of on versus off, but we have a breakdown of first, second, third, fourth year students. So traditionally, our on-campus students are around 39 to 42% of people. Then actually second year is our biggest drop, down to about 10, and it keeps going up from there. So juniors and seniors tend to be around anywhere from 15 to 20% of the attendance for the year, if that makes sense. So it ranges year to year to year, depending on some things. I know one thing to talk about off campus is Nicole can talk to this too about the creation of our vice president position. Do you want to hit on that just a little bit, Nicole?
Yeah, so we've kind of rethought some of our board positions, and we have actually created a vice president role. So it'll be vice president and online programming. We've kind of seen how successful online programs can be, especially throughout COVID. And we've realized how much those can reach the off-campus students. So we have taken that and turned it into a whole position. So that will be starting in the fall, and we will have someone dedicated to those online events with the hopes to bring in more off-campus students, maybe students who aren't as close to campus, so they can't really just, come do like a walk-by event, things like that, that maybe our on-campus students can do a little more easily. But we still want to make sure that even if they're, a half hour away or something, they can still, show their Maverick pride and be a part of our events, because we definitely don't want to cut them out of it. Just, everyone's situation is different. So we want to make sure we can include everyone.
And the position will be seeking out strategic partnerships with off-campus housing properties to do additional advertising to those students. We've already created one with Highland and Summit, where we're putting up poster boards, putting up extra communication to, especially during COVID, but moving forward, really reaching out to those students who are off campus.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we are going to go ahead and move on. Thank you guys for coming in. Just before we move on to our next appeal, just a general reminder, you guys are doing a great job really engaging in the discussion and the conversations. Keep that up. Make sure that your questions, it's awesome to dig in. I'm trying to think. It's awesome to dig into the nitty-gritty, but make sure that what you're asking, would their answers sway your vote to vote for their allocation or not. So you know what I mean? Like, let's make sure that there are questions that you truly feel would sway to how much funding or whether or not to approve. Does that make sense? Okay, wonderful. So with that, we are going to go ahead and move on to our next appeal, which is campus recreation sports. So who is it? Todd, are you here for that?
Yes, I am.
So your 3 minutes whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Speaker Sversal. I do have one question on the agenda. It gives us 3 minutes between each of our appeals. Does that mean we'll wait for the rebuttal and any questioning till after our last appeal is made? Is that correct?
We can do it either way. Either you could have your 12 minutes all at once, and then we could just give a longer rebuttal, or we could go line by line. Do you have a preference?
I don't. I just want to make sure we get everything done in the allotted amount of time. That's all. So
I'm going to ask our staff chair if he has a preference, since he has an opportunity to remote. Senator McQuinn, do you have a preference?
Whatever Mr. Finkston prefers. I'm fine either way.
Okay.
So I guess let's do it as laid out. I'll present the appeal for each of the areas. Sam Steiger will take care of one of the appeals, and then we'll get into rebuttal and question and answer at the end. So first off, I'd like to thank you for your work and support of campus recreation and all these student activity fee funded programs on campus. I know it's a big job. We were asked to create a budget based on normal operations for next year, meaning hours of operations, programs, services, offerings, equipment, staffing, and so on. And from the president's email that went out to all students on Monday, the plan is for a normal fall semester. So students back in the classroom and out of classroom activities back on the schedule, which we're really excited about. So the more normal college experience. So in Campus Rec, our goal is to meet those needs and expectations of you as students. And having said that, we're appealing a few of SAC's recommendations. The first one is the General Campus Recreation Cost Center, 331,400, and that would include open recreation, so general use of the rec center, the field house, the pool, the racquetball courts, weight room, cardio area, intramural sports, and it seems to be there's a bit of confusion between sport clubs and intramurals, but intramural sports falls under this, and that is our organized, competitive, structured teams that play against each other on campus, and then also fitness activities. So that all falls under this cost center. So we're appealing for our original request of $576,009, which is an increase of $46.83 over SAC's recommendation of $571,326. We're asking for that increase to cover contractual obligations in staff salaries, and that's $2,099, and then fringe benefits, which is $2,584 of full-time staff. So this is a 0.8% increase. So over a normal year versus COVID, we've only reduced hours of operation in the facilities for the open recreation program by just 7.5 hours a week. So from 6:30 to 8 a.m. Monday through Friday, we've not been open the last 2 semesters. But our plan is to open back up at 6:30 a.m. during a normal year, which would hopefully be this fall semester again. So that takes care of that line item appeal. The next one is our campus recreation sport clubs line item, and that cost center is 331,401. And we're requesting our original request of $25,000, which is $3,000 over SAC's recommendation of $22,000. We didn't ask for an increase of over prior years. In prior years, we've been allocated $25,000 for many years, and in fact, we had been supported to the tune of $30,000 for many years. That was probably about 8-10 years ago, and then it was cut to $25,000. And we have the same number of clubs as we've had all along. It ranges somewhere between 60 and 20 clubs. And our clubs plan, it's different than the COVID year, but our clubs surely plan to practice, travel, and compete in fiscal 22 like they did up until COVID set in. So that takes care of the first 2 line item appeals, and I'll send it over to Sam Steiger now for the third one.
All right. Everybody can hear me, right? Wonderful. So the next appeal is the Maverick Adventures Trip and Travel Cost Center. The cost center number is 331,404. And the appeal basically, the appeal against what SAC recommended is basically just looking at the numbers. So our original request was for $20,134. Our original request was for $21,134. SAC's recommendation said $20,000. And Senator Wickman, you can correct me after we're all done if I'm incorrect, but I'm making the assumption that SAC just brought the number to an even number and cut it down to 20,000. So this appeal is for the amount of $134. And the rationale behind that's pretty easy to describe. We have one graduate assistant position part of this cost center, and the cost for graduate tuition has gone up in the last year. So the number 134 is part of that graduate assistant position, and it's needed, or it's going to be paid if the graduate assistant is in there no matter what. So under the $20,000 recommendation that SAC gave, we technically would have to take money out of our programming budget in order to pay that GA salary increase. The other $1,000 that was part of our original request is for graduate assistant professional development monies. And I'm passionate about that one because I feel as though it's the right thing to do for our graduate assistants. It also impacts our program greatly with them bringing materials back to make our program better. And it helps GAs kind of establish themselves in the career. But just to be clear, the appeal we're making is just the amount of $134 because we need it. We need the final number to be $20,134.
Thanks, Sam. The last line item is our campus recreation equipment repair and replacement fund, and that's cost center 331,420 for our original request of $20,000, which is an increase of $10,000 over SAC's recommendation of $10,000. Just a little history on that. We've received $20,000 every year since the inception of that equipment replacement and repair fund since fiscal 2003, so over 18 years. The funding is used to purchase and replace equipment in our recreation facilities, where we have probably somewhere over $500,000 in equipment in the rec center, field house, and some of those other areas. So the $20,000 that you've allocated each year is much needed, and truly, it's not an overabundance when we consider, for instance, one Woodway treadmill costs over $10,000 or right at $10,000. So we've got a lot of money invested in the rec center and the equipment that we have. And it's just important to keep it as up to date as possible. And just in closing, if we don't, and I know this was mentioned previously, if we don't spend the allocation due to circumstances like in fiscal 20 and student government asks for a portion of the allocation and subsidy back like they did last fall, we totally understand that. And we don't have a problem with that at all. But we'd appreciate funding at a level which we've been able to operate in the past. I think that's really important to meet student needs. Thanks for your consideration and your continued support. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you. So at this point, we'll give the SAC chair a chance to rebuttal. Senator Wickman, would you like to use that?
Yeah, I will address a couple things here. So starting off with the campus sports and then the club sports fee. When we were going over our deliberations, this was a month ago, and we were still uncertain of potential future restrictions. The committee was largely uncertain, I should say, about the amount of students that would be on campus this coming fall. So that played into our decision for reducing our allocation. As for the R&R fund, the reasoning for that we didn't find it necessary to fund the whole amount was I had it in our presentation that I presented a couple weeks ago. Just a lot of the equipment on campus hadn't been used this last year, given that there wasn't really anyone on campus. So we didn't feel that the full funding was necessary due to that. As for the Maverick Adventures trip and travel, I have no comments on that at this time.
Thank you. So we're now going to go into questions.
Just for clarification purposes, can I ask Todd, are you appealing for the full request? So the full 576.9 on sports, the full 25 on sports club, and the 20 on R&R, but then also just the 20,134 on trip and travel?
That's correct, John.
Okay, thank you. Just check it for my notes so I know we're voting on later.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So we are going to go ahead and go into questioning now. Are there any questions? Are there any questions? Senator Ruiz.
Hi, my question is for Sam. I wanted to know what the responsibilities of the GA would entitle or include for the Maverick Adventures program.
Great question. Thank you, Senator Ruiz. The graduate assistant position with Maverick Adventures outdoor programs provides logistical planning as well as execution of programming for the dabbling in outdoor recreation that we've been doing. We're limited in some ways of providing programming because we don't have a full equipment rental center. So it's impossible for us to offer kayaking to our students if we don't have kayaks. But the GA position has a very high responsibility for risk management. Typically, I am attracting students from the experiential education master's program, and these students are coming to study at MSU with a focus of outdoor recreation. They often have high-level certifications that are not typical in our student body, and they're able to help me manage risk significantly to keep people safe. Some of the pursuits we do, have an opportunity for injury. And so keeping students safe is the responsibility of our university, and we take it really seriously across all of campus rec programming. So that's the main aspects of that graduate assistant position. I said executing and planning programs. They also are working towards increasing our vision on campus to hopefully expand our programming, to get that rental center, to start a full trip and travel program so we can get students in the outdoors and provide them with mental health and other benefits that we all are aware that nature provides.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I had a quick follow-up.
You can go ahead.
And is it just the one graduate assistant then?
Correct. Senator Ruiz, there's a history. I believe, and John Bulcock might be able to help, but I believe this is the 5th year of funding for Maverick Adventures outdoor programs. We started by bringing the idea of expanding our program to Senate, but we kind of hit a little bit of a brick wall because there's not any space on campus for us to expand. And as we all know, money's tight. And so this position, the graduate assistant, was given about 5 years ago with intent to assist in this development. It eventually molded a little bit more into providing programming for our students. And as you all know, Martin Giacaruso, who's on this call, has been working to develop programs. And we've really reached a lot of students over the pandemic with virtual programming, but also just getting students outside to experience nature in a variety of different pursuits.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to absorb the remaining 2 minutes and we are going to go ahead and move on. Thank you, Sam and Todd, for both being in today.
Thank you, Senators. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So next we are going to go ahead and move on to the MSU reporter. Who's here representing the reporter?
That's me.
Wonderful. So Max, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
3 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everybody. As many of you know, the reporter budget is obviously a hot button issue. I just wanted to kind of touch on a few things I talked about last time I came and spoke in front of you guys. A few things that we're working on. We're working on this big, Rob Murray, a professional journalist at the Free Press, has been working at the Free Press for over 20 years. He's been working on a self-survey to really improve what we do and really seeing we really are seeing that show improvement in our journalistic skills, our education, and even our diversity policies. Just to dive into a quick synopsis on how we, choose our number, how we chose our number that we requested. We're asking for our state employee. We've been asking for our state employees' salaries to be covered for years. We're the only organization that doesn't have our state employee salary covered. And so it's been really hard to function without that. So yearly we've been fighting to get that kind of treatment in that regard. So this year we were kind of recommended by Dr. Jones and Mark Constantine to request to have their salaries covered, and we requested to have 90% of their salaries covered. When this happened, there was $53,900 taken out of the SAF admin fund with the wish that was reallocated to fund 90% of our 2 state employees' salaries. One thing that I've talked to Andrew about is the confidence in our numbers that I'm sure that has brought up their confidence in our advertising revenue. After reviewing it, and Andrew kind of asked us to review even further, is we're planning on knocking down our projected ad revenue down to, let me pull up the number here, 190,550 with a decrease of $14,000, and that decrease would be coming from student payroll. This decrease comes from an estimate of what we would have made last year pre-COVID at the speed that we were selling. If you basically count the months and that sort of thing. One thing to note that whenever I'm referring to ad revenue, on the budget sheet, we have the advertising revenue is noted at $123,889.95, and then we also have the service center income. Service center income is from advertising from inter-university advertising. So like if the library buys an ad, that's where that comes from. So we didn't believe that the 204,550 was a over projection for next year, especially with things opening up. But we understand the idea of being more conservative, so we are taking that and we are decreasing our projection for next year. And yes, so in conclusion, we're asking for that original 114,910 to cover that percentage of our state employees. This would be an amazing opportunity for the reporter and for us at the reporter to be able to function as a news source as we believe we can, and we can be completely in control of our income as well as our revenue and our operation costs. With these salary costs, with these salaries taken, it would be really beneficial for us. So,
thank you. So now I'm going to turn it over to our SAC chair, Senator Whitman. Are you ready to respond?
Yeah, I don't have too much for a rebuttal here other than I would just like to reiterate a couple of the points that we had made in our original presentation a couple weeks ago. The committee had just felt that the printing costs were much too high for us being in a pretty much completely digital age, that the reporter should take steps to move more in that direction. And also the postage line item stuck out to us specifically for potential to be reduced to cover some of the costs in their allocation cut. That's all I have.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to go into our questioning period, starting with President Trenny.
Thanks, Max, for coming. So you talked a lot about your revenue and bringing that down to 14,000. Did you do anything different with your 319 number and expenditures?
Yes, we're bringing that down 14,000 as well from student payroll. We're doing that in a series of basically we're just we're going to be reviewing how we pay our students. We're in the process of fine tuning it, but we'll be cutting at least my pay. We'll be cutting writers' pay, that sort of thing.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, then we are going to go ahead and move on. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
So now we're going to transition into our final recommendations, starting with theater. Is there any discussion?
5-minute discussion.
Are you motioning?
Yeah, it's been an hour and 30.
Okay, motion.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
For a 5-minute recess. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a lot of seconds. Is there any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing none, we will be back at 4:38.
That's Edward, he's the last one to say this.
Is this camera,
That goes to the last big one.
what else?
It's Edward. 'Cause we're-
Oh, I see. Sorry, we are back. Okay, our recess has elapsed, so we are gonna get back to business with our final recommendations, starting with theater. So let me pull up the recommended amount. Okay, so is there any discussion on the SAC proposal, the SAC recommended allocation for theater of $82,000? Is there any discussion? President Trenny.
So I have a motion,
Okay, President Trenny, state your motion.
and I'll share my screen because it's large. I believe my second.
Oh, excuse me, is there a second? Vice President Mulcahy, seconds.
So everyone can see my screen. So basically, I'm moving to amend the staff recommendation down or back to what they're currently at of 68,000. So again, it's not an increase, it's just taking what the current base is. And can I do discussion?
Yeah, you can speak first.
Yeah, so basically, as my motion states, basically, keep them where they're at. Theater has 11 or more direct or indirect streams of revenue, not including the staff allocation. And that again totals $489,000 something dollars. I think that may include this staff recommendation or the staff money. Theater also will, they didn't know if they're getting it, but they will get their lost revenues and expenses covered by the coronavirus care, the CARES Act, the STRSA money, and the American Rescue Plan. The federal government has given so much money to the university that they will get their lost revenues and expenditures from this year given back to them. When the university talks about giving lost expenses to areas at the university, there's a couple areas that come to mind and are always talked about. Theater is one, parking is the other, res life is the other, and then I think the last one is athletics. So those are the four areas that are getting money back. Other areas are not so sure. For example, the CSU might not get some of their money back either for their last like dining revenue and stuff like that. So theater is for sure getting money back. It's just a matter of when. And that's mostly the reason why they said they didn't know is because that's coming from the federal government. As everyone knows, the transition from administration to administration has caused a delay in that information getting out to universities because there's guidance that has to be associated with that. And we were told this, or I was told on Monday, that lost revenue, this 3 acts I'm telling you guys that they're going to get a part of that money. They can use expenses from the start of the pandemic. So anything from March 2020 to now is all good in that area. And so Senate last year and student government last year allowed the 14,000 reduction, knowing that they have, well, one, that they have other areas of revenue. Some of it's tuition money, general fund, some of it's donors, some of it's, ticket sales. And yes, a lot of that and a lot of their revenue streams is very predictable or unpredictable, but they're getting money. And so, like I said, they're not going to lose anything. They're going to be, their 14,000 is going to be just fine. And to be honest with everybody, if the university, and if this is going to be detrimental to theater, someone else will pick up the funding for it, but it should not be student activity fees. I think, as they said, our ticket prices are still, when they talked about the exemption for theater majors, this student activity fee is paid by everybody. And our general fund money doesn't go by majors either. So all students are paying this fee and we pay less. Well, maybe a little bit more for athletics, but we get into most athletic events free. So yes, so basically this isn't a decrease in the allocation. It's literally using what they got now. And so yeah, I yield for any questions.
Okay, I'm going to allow Vice President Mulcahy to speak on her second, but before I do that, can you make that bigger?
Oh.
Actually, so that senators can read the full.
I can download it and put it in chat.
Thank you, that would be helpful. Okay, Vice President Mulcahy, would you like to speak on your second?
I would just add the sole and only reason we are keeping it at 68,000 is because the money they're going to receive is going to make them reach the goal they were assuming they would. So that is that I use.
Thank you. Senator Vondra. Senator Vondra.
I yield.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other points, Senator Asadi?
Yes, I agree with President Trenny on this point because of the federal funding that's going to hit the theaters on deposit. So what I was thinking about is, as I was seeing in the documents on board teams, I say the repertory dance program has only 5,000. So I was thinking of like putting this, I think the increase of $14,000 that they requested, and put it in dance program, because they're kind of like in the same department, because we're still not there yet, because I think there's they need to speak for this one, but this was basically what I wanted to add on what President Trenny said. I agree with saying the funding the same, but putting this potential $14,000 towards a different department.
Okay. To clarify, are you making a motion to move money to a different department?
Yes, I was going, to make a motion to move funding to repertory dance.
Okay, well, at this time, we're not discussing that line item, so that we're not gonna do that now. Also, just for reference, repertory is only asked to maintain at their $5,000 allocation. So that increase of $14,000 would bring them up to $19,000. But because we're not speaking about repertory, I'm gonna strike that motion for now, and we're gonna stick with theater. And then later you would be able to have that option. Okay. With that, are there any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Okay, President Trenny.
I'll just quickly respond to the previous speaker. And we'll get to it when we get to that line item, since it's going to be its own motion. They didn't ask for more money, and they didn't come here, and they're fine. Like, they're literally fine with what they're at. So I would caution against that, but we can get to that when we get to that one. But again, I encourage everyone to support this motion. Again, it's just keeping them where they're at, literally not decreasing their what they've got this year. They're going to get other revenue streams. They have other revenue streams. They're going to get money back anyways from the COVID-19 pandemic. So really, we're just keeping them where they're at, just because we have other areas that need the money. For example, and I'm not trying to start a new discussion point, like students event team or other areas of the staff funds that don't get other revenue streams as high as theater. And so that's my argument. Again, I hope everyone agrees with me. It's nothing against theater. I love theater. But if someone else will pick up the tab if they are truly struggling by a $14,000 hit. And with that, I yield.
Okay. That does conclude President Trenny's 2 speaking points on this particular line item. Are there any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Senator Flynn?
So with the theater, there's something that's been bugging me about this, and it applies to to a lesser degree to the reporter, but I'm not even going to bring it up. But the outsourcing of using academic departments as revenue centers as opposed to like teaching centers kind of bugs me a little bit. But at the same time, looking at their budgets for previous years on here, it looks like they did get 82,000 in 19 and 20, if I'm reading that right. I think. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other points of discussion? Senator Al-Sadi, did you have a follow-up?
No, my hand was still raised. Sorry.
Okay. Wonderful. Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Seeing no other points, we're now going to go ahead and vote on this motion. So President Trenny, could you put in the chat the new line item so that we can have it for reference?
I'll share my screen. I'll share. So.
Okay, sure.
while people are voting. So again, the motion is basically amending the SAC recommendation to keep it at 68. So SAC recommended $82,000. This would change that recommendation, and our final recommendation for theater would be $68,000.
Okay. Is there any dissent to the motion? Is there any dissent?
I dissent.
Okay, there is dissent. Because there is dissent, we're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote. Give me 1 second to prep my sheets.
Point of order, I think.
Correct.
What is the motion for? Is it for the actual motion here, or is it to vote on it?
We're voting on it. So no one has moved to amend his motion. So we are voting on this motion, which would replace the SAC recommended amount with this motion's amount, which leave it at 68,000, correct? All right. So we will just be voting on a simple majority here. So everyone, please have your mics ready to be turned on. So again, your options are yay, nay, or abstain. So you're voting on that $68,000. Senator Vitt.
Yay.
Senator Abdi. Senator Abdi. Senator Gustafson.
Yay.
Senator Gabbard.
Nay.
Senator Vondra.
Nay.
Senator Alimo.
Yay.
Senator Mendonça.
Yay.
Senator Parte. Senator Parte. Senator Salim.
Nay.
Senator Nemo.
Yeah.
Did you say yes?
Yes, I did.
Senator Hawk.
Yay.
Senator Khan.
Yay.
Senator Pham.
Nay.
Senator Al-Sadi.
Yay.
I'm sorry, I misheard that. Could you repeat it?
Yay.
Senator Albera.
Yay.
Senator Osmond.
Yay.
Senator Stiff.
Yay.
Senator Nelson.
Yay.
Senator Sweeney.
Yay.
Senator Ruiz.
Yay.
Did you say yay?
Yay.
Senator Wheeler.
Yay.
Senator Thomas.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Senator Abbasi.
Yay.
Senator Bejarano.
Yay.
Senator Wickman.
Yay.
Okay, Senator Hopwood.
Yay.
Senator Flynn.
Nay.
Senator Novak.
Nay.
Senator Mecklenburg.
Nay.
President Trenny.
Yes.
Vice President Multari. Okay, I'm going to count up those votes. Okay, on a vote of 23 to 7 to 1, this motion does pass, meaning that theater's allocation will be at $68,000. Okay. Next, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next line item. which is student events team. Is there any discussion on the SAC recommended allocation of 110? Is there any discussion? President Trenny?
Yeah, so I'll say this throughout the whole night. COVID cuts are bad cuts because literally all you're doing is cutting for the sake of COVID. When again, President Downport sent the email to the campus on Monday or Tuesday, basically telling the campus, we're going to be open. You know, he put concerts in there specifically, right? So we're literally telling the university, we're going to be open next fall as if we're normal. And so I think, again, COVID cuts are bad cuts because not only are you basically cutting them money, you're not only going to hurt student events next year, as in students getting to know each other after a pandemic. You're also basically, they're going to ask for that money sometime. You know, when they say it's harder to get money back they don't get, that's true. But it's also harder on student government to give money that we cut. It's basically that 5% is a penny or so, penny and a half in student fees. And that's going to jack up the fee next year. And the problem you have with that is that means that next year's student government is going to be closer to a referendum. And mind everyone here who hasn't been here or around or in the student government, the last time the student government went to a referendum in the student activity fee, it passed by 15 or something votes. But I want to be cautious of everybody and to have everyone understand that COVID cuts are truly, truly bad cuts. I'll say this as well, very upfront. I think that getting to a closer to zero is the best. We're in the negative right now. We literally just cut more. So I think it would be fine giving them their recommendation back, but I'll let someone else make that motion.
Okay.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State that.
Are senators supposed to be putting discussion points in chat?
No, they're not. Senator Bondra, I'm going to strike that comment. So, okay, so that was President Trenny. You have your one discussion point left. Next up, I have Senator Alimo.
Yeah, so there's been a few of us on campus that have been trying to work on improving student engagement. And I feel like if they do get this funding, it'll help improve student engagement because that's something that the campus is lacking right now. And it's just something that's needed in order for students to actually experience what college is like. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other points of discussion and or motions? Vice President Maltari.
Motion to move to amended.
You'd have to put a motion forward first. So would you like to amend the staff recommended amount?
Yes.
Okay, so then you would say motion.
Motion to.
And then you would say to allocate.
What they request for the 115,220 to the MNSU.
Okay, let me.
I'll put it in chat.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, Senator Sweeney seconds. I'm gonna wait till that motion is put in chat before. Okay. Because there's a second, we're now going to go into a discussion period on this motion specifically. So discussion points that were used previously no longer count. We're starting fresh here. So starting with Vice President Maltari, would you like to speak on your motion?
The reason behind me doing this motion is because I've been on student events team and I know that prices vary time to time with the years. And also one more thing is COVID hasn't been generous to them and they have found ways to entertain the students around the campus. Along with that, there are certain things included, like everybody, like they can carry forward their budget, but everything is in the reserves where they would have to request it. And as they mentioned, it might not be possible. So there's a 50-50 chance of them not getting the money. So moving forward with this motion, that the only reason me doing the motion was to make sure that they get the money, and because in future they are going to request it either way.
Thank you. Excuse me, President Trenny, you seconded the motion?
No, it was Sweeney.
Excuse me, that's correct. Senator Sweeney, you seconded the motion. Would you like to speak on that?
Sorry, I actually did not fully understand what she said. When after President Trenny typed it into the chat, I now understand I did not really want to second that. I wanted to keep it the original. I apologize.
Okay.
I couldn't understand fully.
I second it.
I second it too.
Okay.
There you go.
I heard from Senator, excuse me, order. I heard from Senator Biggs first, so I'm going to give her the opportunity to re-second and speak on that second. Senator Biggs, would you like to speak on the second?
Yeah. I think a student events team brought up a lot of good points of the money that they can't get back, and for sake of not wanting to repeat everything that's already been said, I'll be voting in favor for this.
Wonderful. Are there any other points of discussion on this motion specifically?
I was wondering if we could amend instead to allocate $112,500. So that would be amending.
You would like to amend the motion to how much?
$112,500.
Point of clarification. Can you remind us how much we need to add or take away to change a penny of the student fee again? Does that question make sense? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I'm going to refer to John.
Roughly $3,037.
Would increase or decrease the student fee by one. Okay.
Can you put that number in the chat for us? Sorry. Thank you.
Good. So let's go back to Senator Gabbert's amendment to the motion. So her amendment would be $112,500, correct? Yes. Could you also put that in chat, Senator Gabbert? Is there a second on Senator Gabbert's amendment? Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, hearing. Senator Flynn, do you second?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know who second after that, but I have Senator Flynn. Okay. So now we're going to go into an amendment to that motion, into a discussion period for that. So again, our discussion points will restart now. So I'm going to first start by allowing Senator Gabbert a chance to speak on her amendment. Senator Gabbert, you have the floor if you want.
Yeah, so, okay, so John Bullock said 1 penny in the fee would be around $3,037. So with my adjusted allocation, would that increase the fee by a penny? I'm just wondering. Did I do my math right?
Less than a penny.
It would be less than a penny.
Oh, okay, so yeah, I was thinking of doing $112,500 just because I think we could save some of the money that was taken away from theater and put it into other places. Instead of taking like around a third of it, we could take a little bit less of that. So yeah.
Okay. Senator Flynn, would you like to speak on your second?
Similar agreement to her, and my second was mostly because I wanted to hear her point on that, and that was the point that I wanted to make too.
Wonderful. Senator Ruiz, did you have a point of discussion?
I think I had it sort of cleared up by Senator Gabbert, her rationale behind that 112,500.
Thank you. President Trenny.
I don't think this is needed in the sense that don't worry about what the fees gonna look like. We already recommended a negative, and when you say you want to take the theater money we just took and allocate that there, that's fine. There's other places where you can give. So I just give the full increase. You know what I mean? Like there's other areas in this budget that aren't one appealing, mind you. There's the only other people appealing tonight are Campus Rec, Maverick Ventures, and MSU Reporter. And there's plenty of money to give to those other areas with still giving student activities the full request. And so I think it's just unnecessary. Given the full amount, it's not literally, we're not going to impact the fee that much, even at 5,000, whatever our Vice President Multari wants to increase. So we can afford it, trust me. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other points of discussion on this amendment? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Seeing none, then we are going to go ahead and vote on this motion. One second here. Okay.
Can I motion for a point of clarification?
State that.
Are we voting on the motion of what Senator Gabbard suggested was to allocate the 112,500 and not what Vice President suggested?
Kind of. So you're voting on changing Vice President Multari's original motion to now, instead of motioning for so now instead of motioning for the 1,500, 200, you would be now the 1250, like the 12. Yeah. So you would be voting on changing Vice President Multari's to Senator Gabbard's amendment. You're not voting on the motion as a whole yet. You're just voting on making that change from the 1,500 to the 12, or from the 15 to the 12. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. So with that, is there any dissent to Senator Gabbard's motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So okay. So hearing dissent, we are going to go through a roll call vote. Again, this is on the amendment to the motion. Senator Vitt.
Nay.
Senator Abdi. Senator Abdi. Senator Gustafson.
Nay.
Senator Gabbard.
Yay.
Senator Vondra.
Yay.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I said yay.
Got it. Thank you. Senator Alimo.
Yay.
Senator Mendoza.
Nay.
Senator Parte. Oh, I said no. Okay. Senator Salim.
Yay.
Senator Nemo.
Yay.
Senator Hawk.
Nay.
Senator Khan.
Nay.
Senator Pham.
Yay.
Senator Al-Sadi.
Yay.
Did you say yay?
Yep.
Senator Albera.
Yay.
Senator Osmond.
Yay.
Senator Stiff.
Yay.
Senator Nelson.
Yay.
Senator Sweeney.
Nay.
Senator Ruiz.
Nay.
Senator Wheeler.
Yes.
Senator Thomas.
Yes.
Senator Abbasi.
Yes.
Senator Bejarano.
Nay.
And a nay.
No.
Senator Bejarano, can you type it or private message that or either way? Yeah. Senator Bejarano, we're waiting on your vote. In the future, could we maybe switch to a yes or no because these two words sound too similar? Senator Bejarano voted no. Okay, wonderful. Senator Wickman. Senator Wickman.
No.
Senator Hopwood.
No.
Senator Flynn.
Yes.
Senator Novak.
No.
Senator Mecklenburg.
Oh.
President Trenny.
No.
Vice President Multari. Okay, give me a second to count these votes.
50% are math numbers. We only heard, oh, but we know what you said. So that was great. Yes or no, much better. Yes, sure can.
Could you make that while we? Thank you. So after double checking our vote roll, this motion does fail on a vote of 14 to 16 to 1. Just a reminder, we need a simple majority in order for that stuff to pass. So we would need 16 in favor. All right. So with that, our motion is back to the 15.
220.
What?
115,000.
Yes, $115,200. And now we're going to jump back to our original discussion tallies on that. So are there any discussion points on that original motion by Vice President Maltari? Oh, Senator Hopwood.
I think the student events team does a really good job on putting on fun events. And as a CA, I do see like a lot of involvement from the students with that. And even though we've had the pandemic, a lot of students still try to get involved with that. And I think the student events team does a really good job trying to get that involvement. And like they mentioned before, that once the money is cut, that it's hard to get back. And I know from the past how much student events team puts in with like the time and how much they, do on giving back to the students, where it has to do with, the tubing or like throwing different events for like outside and stuff like that. And I think they do a really good job allocating their money and having that involvement with the students and giving back to students and doing things that the students want. So I think, giving them what they asked for with the 115,220 would be very good for the students. And, that's what we're here for, is to, voice what the students want and like what would be in favor of them.
Thank you. Senator Novak.
I am also in favor of granting them the full $115,220 because based on the presentation and questions that were asked, it seems as though while $5,000 does not make too significant of a cut to our fee that we must charge students, it would make a lot of difference and would vastly contribute to what student events team is able to put on. And I am very appreciative of what student events team does, and I hope to see them be able to continue to prosper in the future. So I am also in favor of giving them that additional $5,000.
Wonderful. Are there any other points of discussion? Vice President Waltari is speaking for the second time.
The reason behind me making that motion was student events team does not get a COVID relief like other departments do, and that is that's with that I leave.
Okay. Are there any other points of discussion? President Trenning.
Just to echo previous speakers, I'm supportive of it too and encourage everyone to do it. Vice President Mulcahy was spot on. They don't get COVID money. They've never been talked about by getting COVID money. And their prices have also gone up, and they've still been doing events even during COVID. So I think this warrants it enough. And like I said, if we grant this motion to give them the 115, it's not going to make that, like, the impact on the fee is going to be very little, and it makes sense. So I encourage everyone to vote for the motion as well. Thank you.
Wonderful. Are there any other points of discussion? 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 Okay, seeing no other points of discussion, we are going to go ahead and vote on this motion. So to clarify, instead of passing the SAC, recommended a vote of 110,000. Is that flat or is it 500? Flat. We would be changing that to $115,220. 100,000. 200. Yeah. Okay. Is that clear? All right.
The number that's in the chat.
The number that's in the chat. You know what I'm talking about. So we are now going to go ahead and vote on that motion. Everybody clear on what we're voting on? Yes? Wonderful. We need a new one.
No, they're double-sided.
Oh.
Consensus.
Is there dissent?
Dissent.
Okay. Is there any dissent to the motion?
Dissent.
Okay, there is dissent to the motion. Seeing as there's dissent, we are going to go ahead and do a roll call. This is the motion.
There's going to be parched by the end of the night.
Where SG, I don't predict I'll have a voice tomorrow. That's team. Okay, starting off with Senator Biggs.
Yes.
Senator Abdi. Senator Abdi. Senator Gustafson. Senator Gustafson.
Yes.
Senator Gabbard.
No.
Senator Vondra.
No.
Senator Alimo.
Yes.
Senator Mendonça.
No.
Senator Parte. Senator Parte votes yes. Senator Salim.
Yes.
Senator Nemo.
Yes.
Senator Hawk.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Pham.
Yes.
Senator Al-Sadi.
No.
Senator Albera.
No.
Senator Alford.
Yes.
Senator Stiff.
Yes.
Senator Nelson.
No.
Senator Sweeney.
No.
Senator Ruiz.
Yes.
Senator Wheeler.
Yes.
Senator Thomas.
Yes.
Senator Abbasi.
Yes.
Senator Bejarano.
Yes.
Senator Wickman.
Yes.
Senator Hopwood.
Yes.
Senator Flynn.
No.
Senator Novak.
Yes.
Senator Mecklenburg.
Yes.
President Trenny.
Yes.
Vice President Maltari. Yes. All right, give me a second to count those votes. Okay, on a vote of 21 to 9 to 1, this motion does pass, meaning that for student events team, their allocated funding will be at the motion we just passed. Okay, next we're gonna go ahead and move down our agenda to campus recreation sports. So to clarify, let's see, does someone have that number pulled up right away?
5760.
So it's recommended at 571. Okay, John's putting it in the chat. I need to go to third grade and practice my
$571,325.
Wonderful. So that's what the SAC recommended allocation is. Is there any points of discussion on the SAC recommended allocation for the campus recreation sports line item?
Point of clarification?
State that.
Is this just like the sports, so like the intramurals, or is it encompassing like all of those points that were brought up during that discussion period?
My understanding is that the intramurals are part of the sports club line.
No.
No, that's incorrect.
This would be like.
Okay, I'm going to refer to John.
Sure, the sports line would be like, the open rec programs and intramurals and that kind of stuff. Club sports are the actual competing teams that function like NCAA, but they're not NCAA.
Does that answer your question, Senator Ruiz?
And then is that like a separate vote then?
Yes, so the clubs will be next. We'll vote on next.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so are there any points of discussion on just the campus recreation sports? Any points of discussion? Any points of discussion? Any Senator Bennett?
I'm going to be making a motion to give them the full amount. There's no reason that we can't give it. And I think President Trenny has made it clear, like, we have the space to do this for them. And they've advocated for what they need. And I think we should do that for them. So should I put that in the chat?
Could you officially state your motion out loud and then also put it in the chat?
I make a motion to give campus recreation sports $576,000 or $576,009, the full requested amount.
Wonderful. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I saw Senator Hopwood first.
Yeah.
Okay, so that motion has been seconded, so we are going to enter a discussion period, starting with Senator Bigg. Would you like to speak on your motion?
I already kind of said it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hopwood?
Yeah, I agree. Like Andrew said, there isn't any reason why we couldn't allocate that money. And it's not a very big amount either. So I think that if they made their point on what they're using it for and what they needed it for, so it doesn't make any sense why we shouldn't allocate it.
Thank you. Are there any other points of discussion? Again, we are discussing this new motion. Any other points of discussion? Any other, President Trenny?
As the previous speakers have said, it's an easy amount to give. And what I mean by COVID cuts, by the way, that are, I call it COVID cuts or dumb cuts, in the sense that some areas get more other revenue than others, and this area, it does have some revenue, but they don't get a lot, and they're going to be doing and planning for normal next year. So why cut them at the knees and allow them to not operate fully when we should really support our programs to the best of our ability and give them this money that they need and they request support. And so I do, and encourage everyone.
Thank you. Are there any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we are going to go ahead now and vote on this motion. So the motion is in the chat. Senator Bigg put that in there. So that total that she put in after the arrow, that is what you will be voting on as the allocation for the campus recreation sports line item. Everyone clear? Wonderful. So is there any dissent to Senator Bigg's motion? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, I assume unanimous consent, and that motion does pass. So that'd be 31 to 0.
30 to 0. Well, you don't like you said that voting now.
Okay. All right. So next we are going to move on to the campus recreation sports club line item. Are there any points of discussion on the campus recreation sports club line item? Any points of discussion? President Trenny.
Whoa. It's only, from my understanding, it's only $3,000 cut. Again, we literally give more money. Like, so the way I picture student activity fees, we have the student activities in the CSU. So that's student event team. That's Maverick involvement, non-traditional student programs, that's community engagement, fraternity and sorority life. You have all those areas under the umbrella of student activities, and that's great. Campus rec is its other umbrella of engage and involve students, and these are for their sports clubs. So it doesn't make sense to me to cut an area that is already its own thing, like their own group of involved and engaged students. It's only $3,000, and I hope someone will give them the $25,000 that they requested, and I yield.
Okay. Senator Biggs.
I make a motion to give them the fully requested amount of $25,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Senator Hopwood seconds. Senator Biggs, would you like to speak on your? Okay. Would you like to speak on your motion?
Yes, I think that. Well, Trenny already said it, but I think they provide a unique experience for our campus. And I think that it's valuable enough that we need to keep investing in them and keep giving them their full amount just because of what they do for students and what they do on this campus. And President Davenport did say we are returning to normal once again. And so with those plans in motion, they're going to need this money.
Thank you. Senator Hopwood, you seconded. Would you like to speak on that?
Yeah, I also agree with Senator Big too. And I know before COVID, which we are planning for in the fall, a lot of students were involved in the sports. So, and like the intramural sports and like the sports clubs and everything that they have available. And I think that if they didn't have the full amount of money, it could limit that. And we can't go into the fall semester limiting something when we're trying to give students their full experience that a lot of students had missed this year due to the pandemic. So I think, allowing them to have their full amount and to give students the best involvement and participation as possible is important.
Thank you. Are there any other points of discussion on this motion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Seeing none, we are going to go ahead and vote on this motion. So Senator Biggs put it in the chat, but it would be increasing the allocation to $25,000. Is there any dissent to this motion? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, I assume unanimous consent, and that motion does pass 30 to 0. Okay, with that, we're now going to head into the Maverick Adventures trip and travel. Is there any discussion on the staff recommended amount to the Maverick Adventures trip and travel? Could somebody put that in the chat? Okay.
I would like to motion.
See that?
I'd like to motion to give them their fully requested amount, please.
Second.
Which amount? Can we ask for clarification? Are you asking for recommending their initial request that was in writing, or the one that they are appealing? Because they're only appealing and asking for $20,134.
Under Ruiz.
Very good question.
Senator Ruiz, are you looking?
I will request for the full amount.
So not what they're appealing for?
No, for the 21,134.
Okay. Wait. That is what they're appealing for.
They're appealing for 20,134.
Oh, I see. Okay. So John, could you put that in the chat then? All right. So let's just clarify, since there's a couple numbers thrown up. Is there a second on Senator Ruiz's motion to their original recommendation?
Second.
Senator Stiff seconds.
Second.
Okay.
No.
All right, Senator Ruiz, would you like to speak on your motion?
Yeah, so I'm also the chair of the Basic Student Needs Committee. And a point that Sam had mentioned was that this Mavic Adventures program also helps to, provide some sort of activities for students that would benefit mental health. And I think the money that they are requesting for the GA as well as the other sort of development would really go a long ways. And I don't see why we can't afford to give them the full amount.
Okay, Senator Stiff, would you like to speak on your second?
Yes, can you hear me now? Yes, so basically, again, not to be redundant, I agree with Senator Ruiz and
I'm sorry,
also,
Senator Stiff, your audio is cutting in and out.
1 second. Okay. Can you hear me now better?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try this again. So basically, I'm trying not to be redundant, but I agree with Senator Ruiz. Oh my God. No, I'm good. Thanks.
Senator Stiff,
I'm good.
All right. Are there any points of discussion on this motion by Senator Ruiz? Senator Hawk.
I would like to second to what to the previous senator just said, because they actually do a lot of things for us, starting from trips during the spring break to going places like, for example, the snow tubing and everything like that. And those are actually important for us to have, like, not only stuff happening on campus, but also having those things be off campus as well. So that if there's like thinking about the entire community, if we have not gone to those places, for example, if someone has not gone to snow tubing, it's a great opportunity for them to be a part of those and also be a part of the different places that they go. For example, during spring break, most of them went to, this year it was not happening, but they still went to different places in Mankato, which students were not always aware of. So this is actually something really important. Having to get more involved with the community and getting to know more places is something that students really need. So I would actually want them to get the full amount.
Thank you. Are there any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we are going to go ahead and vote on the motion. So just a reminder, it's the most recent message by John in the chat is that $21,134 is what Senator Ruiz is motioning to change the line item to. Everyone clear? Correct. Okay. Is there any dissent to Senator Ruiz's motion? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, that motion does pass unanimously. Again, that's 30 to 0 to 0. All right. Okay, we're now going to move on to the Campus Rec Equipment Repair and Replace Fund. I'm assuming that those are being put in chat right now. So, okay, as those get put in, I'm going to open the floor for any points of discussion. Senator Hawk, I see your hand up. Do you mean that? Senator Hawk. Okay, I'm gonna assume no. Are there any points of discussion? President Trenton.
I'm personally okay. So R&R is important. I'm okay keeping the staff recommendation. And I do understand that, you know, as Zach kind of did say, like, the thing is, the only con to keeping it at 10,000 is there's probably like big money projects that they may want to be planning for with that money. But like I said, I think 10,000 is fine to keep. I would maybe urge like maybe a $10,000 one-time money just to get them to 20,000 for a year. And so, but I won't make that motion. I just want to make that as my point that I think 10,000 is just fine.
Okay. Are there any other points of discussion on the repair and replace fund? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Okay, seeing none, seeing no further discussion, we are going to go on to a vote on the SAP recommended amount of $10,000 because there was no motions to change it. Is there any dissent to the SAP recommended amount of $10,000? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, I assume unanimous consent, and the SAP recommended line item of $10,000 is approved. Vote of 30-0. Okay, now at this point, okay, we're gonna move on to Maverick Adventures, Climbing Walls, and Rope Course. Can we have those?
My understanding of this is a mistake. That was not an appeal. They're not appealing.
They're not appealing, but I'm just lumping them together before we move on to the reporter. So,
so that's one. So that would be to maintain the.
It's in that motion. It's climbing wall. You have to amend the motion.
Okay, well, that hasn't been introduced. I'm going to go to that line item, which the ropes course
160,295. 160,295.
Okay. So that is what the SAC recommended amount has been. To clarify, they did not appeal that. I'm just going to have that together so that they can leave once we finish this and they don't have to wait like however long we continue to go. So is there any discussion point on that SAC recommended allocation? Any points of discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, Senator Ruiz.
Is there a reason why they didn't appeal?
I'm not sure, but because they didn't appeal, I can't speak to that.
They got what they asked.
You got what they asked for.
Okay. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we're going to go ahead and vote. Is there any dissent to approving the SAC recommended allocation for the climbing walls and rope course line item? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, this does pass unanimously, 30-0. Okay, now we are going to go ahead and go back to the appealed one, which is our last appeal, which is the MSU reporter. So could we have the reporter?
I have a motion, if possible.
State your motion.
So can we get motion for recess for 5 minutes before we get into the appeal for reporters?
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
A second.
And from Senator Flynn, is there any dissent to the motion for a 5-minute recess? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, we are going to be back at 5:41.
Did the reporter have to take credit? Did they?
Okay, we are now back from our recess. Gonna wait till I see some people back. Right. Excellent. Okay, let's talk about where we left off. We were right about to start discussion on the MSU reporter, although we had not officially opened the floor up for discussion. Senator Vondra, I see your hand raised. Do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. I would like to motion that we revisit the theater thing appeal. I guess I forgot what it was called, but I motion that we reopen that.
Okay, so you would like to motion to reconsider?
Yes.
Okay, let me just clarify, John, can we do that at any point?
I don't know the exact answer to that. I do know that in order to move to reconsider, you have to have voted on the side that prevailed in the election. People would know.
Okay, so Senator Vondra, let me clarify what John has just said. So according to Robert's rules, in order to move to motion to reconsider, you have to have voted in the winning side of, in this case, the motion. And so let me go ahead and check my records. So Senator Vondra, I have you voting in the dissent of that motion, meaning that you would not be able to make that motion at this time. Does that make sense?
So someone from who voted against it would have to do it? Like, could I motion it, or would it have to be?
You are out of order. You need to motion.
Make a motion to revisit the theater budget.
Okay, I need you to repeat that, Senator Gabbard.
I reinstate Senator Vondra's motion to reconsider the theater budget.
Okay, so you would also like to reconsider. I also have you voting in the negation. So you would also not be eligible to bring forth that motion.
Okay.
Is that clear as to why for both of you? Yes? Okay. All right. So that, Senator Flynn.
Same thing. Motion to reconsider theater and their appeal.
Check. Senator Flynn, I also have you voting against.
Here's who voted for.
No, because that would take too long.
May I explain?
I'm going to yield to John to explain this Robert's rule.
So in order to make a motion to reconsider, that motion has to come from somebody who voted on the side that prevailed in the motion that you're wanting to reconsider. So the motion to reconsider, since you're wanting to reconsider the motion on the reduction to 65 or whatever from 82 to 68,000, somebody who voted in favor of that motion would have to make the motion to reconsider. Somebody who did not, somebody who voted against that motion could not make that motion to reconsider.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. With that, President Trunny, did I see you have a motion?
Yeah.
President Trunny.
So before we make the motion, is it okay if I talk just a second?
Right.
We're gonna motion to have dinner, right? So we originally said in our email at 5:30, we didn't realize, well, when we want to get through the appeals, but I'm telling everyone now, this next conversation is gonna take a while. And so that's gonna we're probably gonna go like 2 hours without a meal break or even a recess probably. So, it's just smart to just take our dinner break now. It'll be about a half hour anyways. So we're gonna probably do that motion to recess for dinner. Again, it'll be a half hour. And then we're gonna be back, and please be back on time. So don't leave your computer. We're just gonna have dinner and we're gonna have to come back. because this next conversation is going to be interesting.
Okay, so to clarify, you're motioning for a 30-minute recess.
Yep.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Wonderful. Is there any dissent to the motion for a 30-minute recess? Is there any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing none. All right. We're going to meet back at 6:15.
And no one log out of your meeting. I guess they don't know.
Dave, what's the? Oh, geez.
Go ahead.
Hey, Dave, what's the answer on the motion to reconsider? Can they do it? I can't hear you.
We cannot hear you.
There you go.
Give me, well, you're right. It has to be on the prevailing side. And many people who want to protect their buddies on an allocation sometimes will vote actually in favor of the reduction, a smaller number, just so they can come back half an hour later and be on the prevailing side and move for reconsideration. So your and the speaker's observations are absolutely correct.
Can it be reconsidered in the same meeting?
Oh, yes, you can reconsider in the same meeting.
Okay. And I would encourage the speaker then to wait until the very end to reconsider it if we're going to. Yeah.
In this circumstance, yes, because you're not going to be coming back to this. I'm looking at my Robert's rules. Motion to reconsider. Let's see. Yeah, we don't want to keep coming back to this monster. Yeah, you can do it. You can do it in the same session. You don't have to wait a week or anything like that.
Got it. Thank you. That was my question.
Majority vote, that's all you need to reverse it.
So it takes, how, okay, so it takes
simply a majority vote, not a 2/3 or anything like
takes a majority to reverse. Does it take a majority then to reconsider? So even to entertain the motion to reconsider it, we'd need a majority vote?
Yes, yes.
Okay. That's good to know. Thank you.
Of course, Madam Speaker can rule any way she wants to. But we'll see how that works. Now back to this document. How do I shut myself off here? Mute, 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 mute. Will do.
say, David Cohen, just so you know, you're on the speaker view right now. Everybody sees you. There you go.
Yes.
You're live. We'll do a roll call.
Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay, so I think that it would be in our best interest before we continue voting to do another roll call just to make sure everybody's back from break. So, waiting to see some of those cameras that were on before, turn back on, so I know everyone's coming back. Okay, good. Okay. So, starting off with Senator Big.
Present.
Senator Abdi. Senator Abdi. Senator Gustafson.
Here.
Senator Gabbard.
Here.
Senator Vondra.
Here.
Senator Limo.
Here.
Senator Mendonça.
Present.
Senator Carte.
Present.
Senator Salim. Senator Salim. Okay. Senator Nemo.
Present.
Senator Hawk.
Present.
Senator Khan.
Here.
Senator Pham. Senator,
Present.
okay.
Present.
Senator El Sadi.
Present.
Senator O'Bara.
Present.
Senator Osmond.
Here.
Senator Stiff.
Here.
Senator Nelson.
Here.
Senator Sweeney.
Here.
Senator Ruiz.
Here.
Senator Wheeler.
Here.
Senator Thomas. Senator Thomas.
Yes.
Senator Abbasi.
Yeah. Yes.
Senator Bejarano.
Here.
Senator Wickman.
Present.
Senator Hopwood.
Here.
Senator Flynn.
Here.
Senator Novak.
Howdy, part 2.
Senator McElroy.
Howdy.
Here.
President Trenny.
Not here.
Okay,
No,
great.
here.
Vice President Multari. All right, I was missing Senator Salim. Senator Salim. Okay, if someone wants to text him, but we are going to keep moving. Okay, so let's see. We left off with passing the climbing walls and ropes course, and then we had a couple motions, and now we are going to move on, pending there's no motions on the floor.
Can I motion?
You can make a motion, yes.
I motion to reconsider the budget for theater.
All right, let me look. Senator Maffenberg, I have you voting in the dissent, so you cannot make that motion.
Sorry, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, any other motions on the floor?
I have a point of clarification or a motion to point for clarification.
See that?
David Cowan said that if someone makes a point of motion to reconsider theater on the side that won, that we would have to do a vote. So is that like, does that mean we have to vote in a majority if someone wants to consider it that is allowed to? So we have to
Yeah, I can clarify that. So someone would have to make that motion who voted on the side of the winning. So in this time on that motion, and then someone would have to second, and then we would take a vote. If a majority of senators vote to reconsider the motion, then the motion could be reconsidered. Does that clarify it, Senator Hopwood?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Are there any
I actually have another question with that. With the reconsideration, if someone on the winning side like does that, can someone on the opposing side explain why they want to do that before someone asks for a reconsideration?
Not in the motion. So the person would have to make the motion.
Yeah.
Vote on the winning side. A person would have to second. I don't believe the second has to be, do you know?
No, second, not good.
The second can be anyone. And then after that second, we would vote, correct? We would not go into a discussion period. Okay, we're gonna take a quick double check to make sure we have the language exact. But I'm not gonna continue speaking until we know for sure.
I think we'll just no.
Must be made a second time. It is debatable in all cases in which the motion proposed to be reconsidered is debatable.
Okay, so to answer that question, so someone who, someone who voted in the affirmation would have to motion. Anyone can second. After that second is in place, it is debatable, which means we would go into a discussion period, in which case anyone can speak in that discussion period. The 2 discussion point limit rule still applies. Following that discussion period, we would vote on the motion to reconsider. And then we would have it back on the table, essentially. Okay. However, it is up to the chair's discretion about when to consider that motion. So whether or not to do it immediately or do it after we make it through the rest of the line items. And as the chair, I would rule in order of fairness to prevent every single individual line item that hasn't had that opportunity yet from being slighted. We would do that at the end after we made our way through all of the other ones, and then I would allow that motion to be in place. Does that make sense? Is everyone clear on that? Can I get a head nod, thumbs up? Anyway, okay, very good. So with that said, we've tackled those questions and those motions. Are there any motions in place before we move on to the MNSU report? Seeing none, we are going to go and continue on our agenda. Okay, so now we are going to move on to the MNSU reporter. I am going to go ahead and open up the discussion period. Are there any points of discussion? President Trenny.
Oh, so I gotta take a deep breath because this is gonna be a doozy for everyone to go through, and it's gonna take so long to talk about, but and I need to slow down. So I'm gonna go kind of slow with this one because it's gonna take a long time.
Excuse me, are you making a motion?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna break it.
Okay.
So basically the motion is it's one big motion, but it has 3 staff recommendations in it. It's got 3 staff recommendations in there. So the first staff recommendation included in this 3-page document is moving the staff administration business service line item from down to 229390. You can kind of read out which is a 52,925 reduction from last fiscal year.
We're not seeing it right now.
I am sure too. That's us. We might want to fix that. We never do. Everyone can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Can I get verbal?
Yes.
Okay. So it's actually not even, so it's a staff recommendation. The staff recommendation that staff made this year was the 52,925 reduction. And then my recommendation, instead of the staff allocation of 98,000, something like that, I don't know that staff or SAC allocation. So I'm going to amend that staff recommendation for the MSU reporter and change that to $129,100, which is a $62,463 increase from last fiscal year. And then again, the third one as well is zero in the reporter R&R line item. So that's my motion, the $4,000 decrease from last year, and that's my motion.
Okay, so is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Or a second? Which means we will now go into discussion.
Can I read the second?
Well, I'm gonna allow you to speak on that. President Trenny, since you brought forth the motion, you may speak on it first.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. So this motion, it approves that allocation. And I know it's going to raise a lot of questions, so everyone just hold on while I explain everything going on in this motion. First, I will just be real blunt with everyone. This has been a really chaotic 3 days to get this final form in, like the form it's in now. I think the reporter can attest to that. The university as an administrators can also attest to that. It's just been chaotic. And so the
Point of
motion,
privilege.
those allocations, I can't see the chat. So
hang on, there's a lot
of privilege.
Is the you guys
I just want to let you know I can't hear much with John down there messing with your main speaker.
I see you speaking, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay.
We can't hear much out here.
I'm going to have you pause until we figure this out.
That's the only thing I did before.
I was trying to do a point of privilege. I couldn't hear with John messing with the speaker that much. So can we go ahead and resolve your audio visual issue first before we start reading again?
I don't know if the moderators will sleep or what. I think it did. I can't go find the power switch on.
We can hear you guys.
Use your bomb.
Hey, we're unmuted. Can anybody hear us?
Clear and loud.
Any
I'm muted. Can you?
Really bad echo.
Andrew, it looks like your mic is not on mute, but we can't hear you.
Charney, we can't hear you.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Echo. All right, we're gonna abandon the Zoom cart and we're gonna switch to this method. So I appreciate your patience as, for me, if I'm calling on Vice President Maltari or President Trenny, only one of us, or John even, only one of us can be speaking with our mic on at a time, otherwise we'll hear that echo. So it's gonna be a little bit slower, but we'll play it by ear and go that way, all right? So I'm now going to remute myself and allow President Trenny for the third time to continue his discussion point.
All right, are we good? We're good, all right. Okay, yeah, and that's, Senator Flynn, that's what we did. All right, so this is gonna, sorry, this is gonna be a little more challenging my third time starting over. I put the motion in chat again, what my motion states, and I'm gonna get into the full motion. I'm just gonna explain the money part of it. So it's basically meant, it's agreeing to the SAF or the SAC recommendation for the SAF administration line item, which is 229390. Yes, I should go back to elementary school, different day for that. So it's a 52,925 reduction from last fiscal year. Again, that's agreeing with what SAC recommended anyways. I just thought it would make sense to put it in this motion. And so for the MSU reporter specifically, Vice President Maltari and I are recommending $129,100 as a student activity fee for fiscal year 22, which is a $62,463 increase from last fiscal year. So we're increasing it to that number from 66,000 something, whatever. We're also making the recommendation for the reporter R&R line item a 0, which is a $4,000 decrease from last fiscal year. I believe that is a SAC recommendation as well for the reporter. So we're really only changing one number. And I'll go into how we got that number. You guys are still seeing my screen, right? So I switched to the packet, and this is how I always find it easy to explain. So I'm gonna scroll in. So hopefully this is good enough for everyone to see. I don't know where it went. So basically the 129 number is and I'll kind of scroll in even more. So the 129 number is 95570 plus 33530 together. Now, when the reporter originally asked up at the top, the 114, that is 90% of those two numbers combined. The 129 we're recommending is 100% of those two numbers combined. So it's to fund the full-time staff salary of the MSU reporter. And so the further of this motion as well, it's a very big one, sorry in advance. We have in here, and I'll read it kind of verbatim and explain what the reasoning is. So Student Government and the Student Allocations Committee cannot use this mechanism, the mechanisms highlighted throughout this resolution to control or impede the production or journalism of the reporter. The independence of the reporter related to production and journalism must be maintained and respected. Again, that's basically saying we're going to get into specifics on what we're attaching strings to the money is what basically the intent of this resolution is. And I'll get to the intent at the very end of this, but that's basically saying student government next year and the years after cannot use this to say what to the reporter, what they're going to use or write about people in this resolution, because it's very big and very large scope. And again, that's a First Amendment issue as well. We don't want to get too far into that. So we just want to make sure that they're separate from us and we can't control what they write about people. This other clause in here, it shall be the policy of this student government and future student governments to adequately fund the professional staff of the reporter. This only means the professional full-time staff. Every other staff area, and to be real with you, every other area in the university guarantees the staff pay of the area, the people they work in their area. The reporter is the only area I can think of, and hopefully if someone thinks of someone else, that does not have this guaranteed each year 100% by the student fees or even tuition and stuff like that. My view is that they shouldn't be treated differently. As much as I disagree with the intent and the nature of the reporter, as in like, should we have a school newspaper? Should it be funded fully? This area has been treated differently forever, and that's not right to do, considering every other area at this institution does that bare minimum for their departments. So for example, in student government, our office manager, her budget or her salary is always guaranteed by student fees. And so it's just right to have the reporter as well guaranteed each year. And so then the next line, the student activity fee in the staff account will not be used to further subsidize the operations of the reporter, including any future deficits, budget line items, etc. The staff allocation we are going to give to them through this motion is only to be used to cover the professional staff salaries, nothing more and nothing less. The reason why you may ask, well, why is that language there? So if you look at their budget packet, if you scroll all the way down, you can see they've been in the red for multiple years. And by the way, that's not just these 3 years, and this year isn't even final. They've had at least probably 3 or 4 years before that even, where they've also been in the red. And so the problem you may ask is like, why do we care about them overspending? That directly comes out of our staff reserves, which staff reserves is used as a rainy day pool. So we're supposed to have like what, six months worth of operating expenses in that account in case the university shut down or students, we couldn't pay student fees or something like that. So it's there as a rainy day fund or a way for student government to use that money. And basically for the last couple of years, the reporter has been, because they can't make their budget work, they've been using our staff reserves even without student government saying yes or no. And we haven't done any action about that since ever, actually. And the way I always tell people is this, for example, in FY19, this $35,000 down here in the red, in my opinion, and what I always tell people as well, you can add that 30 that red number right to the top. That's basically what the university gave them. And so, yeah, so I'll go back to the motion, sorry. So yeah, so basically we're telling them they can't use our money we're giving them in any other way but the staff salaries, which is the goal. The student government implores the university administration, so any motion student government makes goes right to President Downport, and he will assign the person to implement it if he agrees. The student government implores the university administration to prohibit the reporter's access to the staff reserves. Any future deficits must be paid for solely or by an alternate source. So again, they are not allowed to use a rainy day fund because again, they're indirectly costing students money that student government isn't giving them. And that's not fiscally responsible. It's not fiscally sound. It's just not smart budgeting either. This other clause on here, if the reporter runs another deficit, an alternate source of funds shall cover the balance, or the reporter shall reduce their budget for next fiscal year to accommodate. At no point will staff money be used to cover any deficit spending. Basically, it's what it's saying is they're going to be separate from the staff fund, the money we're giving them, they're going to have a separate account. We'll work that detail out later, but they're going to have to find an alternative source to fund that balance that they go under. And ideally, the reason why they ask for the 114 is they think they can make it work, meaning they think they can be positive. Now, we don't know that now if they will or won't be positive. That's for next year's student government to deal with, right? We're here to assist them. And that's what we're trying to do here is we're trying to say, if you say you can make your budget work and be positive and not be a burden on anyone, prove it, right? So we have clauses in here, down here. So the reporter shall make monthly informational reports to the Student Allocations Committee and to student government leadership on their monthly budget reports, including revenue and expenditures, as well as future projections. This is informational only. Student government and the Student Allocations Committee will not have approval over the reporter's budget. Basically, again, increasing that transparency of the reporter. We can get this information anyways, and it's just right to have them come to us and say, here's how we're doing. But the intent is that student government isn't going to every month say we approve, we don't approve, whatever. It's just for them to be transparent with student government and SAC more than they have been in the past years. They've been very transparent this year, by the way, but in past years they have not been. This further line down here says the staff administrative staff shall provide information to the Student Allocations Committee and the student government leadership related to the reporter, including their projections on financial stability, projections of their budget, as well as past expenses. We can get this information anyways. All budgets at the university are public knowledge, but it's again the staff providing that information forthcomingly to SAC and student government next year and years in the future. And you may ask yourself, how are we supposed to know mid-year, like right around now, if the reporter is going to be running a deficit? We have projections. Your packet, where you see the line items up at the right here at the bottom of this fiscal year right now, where it says negative 76, basically, that's a projection. This sheet was pulled from the university, like the data system, on 11/23/20. So basically, at that moment, the university is saying they already are $76,000 in the hole. Now, of course, it's going to go down, but you can basically project through projections where they're going to be. So that's the intent of that. The reporter shall come before both the Student Allocations Committee and the Student Senate each year by November and again by March to talk about their budget and to increase transparency regarding their budget outlook to both bodies. Again, we asked Max to do it this year. This is a requirement we're making on them. Again, we're not approving or disapproving anything when they present. It's just information only. So future senates can be more roped into the conversations related to the reporter than just at one budget meeting or just in one meeting. So it's forthcoming all year, and we can, as student government, as the student leadership who oversee the staff fee, can make decisions leading up to our budget meeting. And then this clause in here is the following tools are expected to be considered by the Student Allocations Committee and the Student Senate to prevent deficit spending. 1, mandating the reporter go down to once a week print paper. 2, permanently removing staff funding from the reporter. So that basically saying we will pull our 129.10 right from you. And when you pull and give a staff area a 0, they are basically on their own. University control over future budget proposals and spending levels. And that's already being considered below, and I'll get into that further. This is directly, these couple of clauses are related right to their budget specifically. And again, we usually never do policy with it, like regarding a budget, but this warrants it with all the past years of misuse of money. So this basically says the 88th student government, our student government, recommends and highly encourages that the 89th student government and the years thereafter to consider eliminating the reporter as a staff-funded area if they continue to carry a future budget deficit or continue to be a negative burden on the staff fee. So again, they shouldn't be using our staff fee anyways to spend stuff, but if at some point something happens and they start doing that again, we have every right to pull our funding from them, give them a 0. Because as much as we want to give them a 0, I don't think the university would give them a 0 and they would overturn our decision. So it tees it up. I say kind of like golf. You know, when you golf, you put the tee in the ground. We're literally putting the ball on the tee to tee it up for future student governments to eliminate them if they're not going to listen to what we're telling them. And that's a very big thing. We've never ever said that in the past. It's never been even considered by student governments. We're now literally putting it up to queue. This next clause is because of the nature of COVID-19 pandemic and the interest of allowing the reporter to start fresh, student government and the Student Allocations Committee, SAC, shall not use past deficits as a reason to justify actions to control the budget of the reporter or reduce their allocation. The intent is for deficits starting in fiscal year 22 and onward. Basically, next year's student government can't look at this year due to COVID as a reason to cut them or even past years. Now, I will give a quick note and fully transparent with everyone. This money that they owe, we don't have a total, by the way, what they owe. This is just over the years. I've been privately asked throughout the whole year to waive that money that they owe to the staff fee. And by the way, they don't owe it. That's a bad word to use. The university's paid for it. The reserves have already paid for it. But we view it, and the reporter views it, that they owe this money back for misusing it. I've been asked many times throughout this year to waive that money to them. I have never agreed to it, and I'm not agreeing to it this year. That's for future student governments to decide. What we're doing in this resolution is already doing more than enough to be considerate of what they're doing. And so now, okay, so it basically says future deficits not this year, but starting with this new budget they're coming up with. And so the next two clauses, if you were wondering why Max said he has a reduced number or a revised number, this motion is basically also telling the reporter that the student government instructs and highly recommends that the reporter reduce its planned expenditures and do everything in their power to ensure they have a balanced or positive budget balance at the end of next fiscal year. If the reporter does not plan to make reductions in their planned expenditures, they must notify SAC and student government. Basically, we're telling them we don't agree with your 319. So that's this number down here. No one agreed. They have increased their expenses every year. You can see they're planning to do 319,000. Max had a revised number of something I wrote it down. I just don't have it on me. But it's basically saying we don't believe you should be making or you should be spending that much money. You need to reduce that. Because again, their goal is to make their budget work with what the number we're going to give them. But I want them to guarantee they can make it work by reducing that expenditure number. Because again, it's just gone up every year for no reason. And so that's that one. Kara's sighing, I'm sorry. And then the student government is not confident in the reporter's revenue projections and instructs the reporter to plan for a realistic amount and take that into consideration for their budget. The ADA student government also instructs that future revenue projections be more conservative. Again, going back to the top, the 204 number he brought back and said it's a different number. No one agrees that 204 is what they're ever going to make, even close to. And so we're basically telling them you need to reduce that, and in future budget proposals, that needs to be smaller as well. Because you can see in 1 year, they made 123. another 89. This year, they're going to be a little bit higher. I don't know where they're at now. But again, it's telling them they need to reduce lower so that they can plan for that instead of trying to spend what they don't have, basically. The reporter is mandated to seek university support and consultation in planning and preparing their annual budget for student government. This does not mean approval or direct control over preparing their annual budget, but rather support and consultation regarding their budget proposal. This is to ensure another non-biased eyes are given over their budget proposal. So basically we're saying to the university, they need to step in and provide a source for the reporter to go to have someone that does not work at the reporter, not affiliated with, give an honest professional opinion related to these numbers here. Because there's, again, no way, like last year, look, it was a COVID budget in a COVID year, but they predicted 210,000. Even during the pandemic, they didn't revise that number, and it's going to hurt us. And so we're basically saying they need to get another opinion in their budget before they even bring it to student government. So it's realistic and hopefully will work and be successful. And then these last two are just basically informational or like really intentional. If the university does not agree to implement any parts of this resolution, they're asked by student government to give an explanation why. Again, the university has to sign off on every one of these things and agree to do it and actually enforce and implement it. So if they're not going to do it, they have to tell you why, or us why. And then this resolution in its entirety will stay in full force until either amended or revoked by the student senate. So this is going to be a living, breathing document that the reporter is basically bound on. As you can see, there's things in there that are mandated for every year to come. And so this is going to stay in effect, not just for this year, but future years to hopefully solve the problem of their deficit and the mismanagement of their funds. The other thing, before we cut off earlier, when I said it's been a hell of a week, so I want to tell Senate one thing. So this language has been agreed upon by the reporter. It's been agreed upon by student government leadership, so Arnie and I. It's been agreed upon by the university in the sense David Jones, Vice President David Jones has also said he's okay with implementing these things. So if we send this to President Downport for his signature, it is guaranteed 99% they will implement every single one of these things here. The only thing Senate has to do now is basically, of course, agree to it, right? We have to vote this in. And I encourage you guys to do that because this took a long 3 days to negotiate. And I do mean negotiate. We had to negotiate clauses in here. We had to make sure everyone was on board. And by the way, that's the first time in the history of this issue we've had for 5 years or whatever, that everyone is finally on the same page to do what we want to do and make the reporter successful. And again, whatever my agreements or disagreements is with the reporter and your intentions, by the way, of the reporter, like, should we fund them? Should we not? We can't, where we're currently at, have been for years, is not sufficient. So if you're going to disagree with this resolution and not give them the money they say they need to be successful and prove to student government and the university to be successful, you might as well do, like, there's no better solution. Because if you're going to keep the number they're at now, the 98,000, that's money that they're going to get, yes, but it's not going to solve the bottom. They originally asked for 114, they didn't get that. 98,000, they're not going to be successful with. So you're literally telling yourself and you're telling the university, you're okay with them using money you're not giving them. So basically, if you vote no to this resolution, you're basically saying, I agree that they can use staff money and that these red numbers are okay, right? Because this, yes, it is a lot of money to give any department in 1 year, but there's so many strings attached. They're the first department ever to have literally a 3-page resolution on and so many conditions that they really have a lot to prove next year. And do I think they're going to be successful? Yes. And if they're not, student government next year has a lot to use to get rid of them or impede them, right? Or impede them in the sense of like controlling their spending. And so I urge everyone to support this. It's been a lot of work to get it done. I literally am going to age 10 years doing this. And so I yield for any questions, and I'll take yields to questions because I don't think we do that and people can do that to me because I'm not going to speak again. So I yield.
Well, that was a motion that you made.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm not yielding for questions right now. I am going to give Vice President Maltari, who seconded, an opportunity to speak. So, Vice President Maltari, would you like to speak?
Actually, I was the one that seconded.
Hang on, wait.
I think President Trani has explained it pretty well. I just wanted to say that this motion has been revised 3 times and has been
and we have made sure that it doesn't come off as a document that is really controlling or curbing someone's point of views. It is also giving the reporter the freedom to the First Amendment and print whatever they want and write anything they want. Except the fact we are just putting some things in there to make sure that they don't go in a deficit and would have to go through a hard time again. With that, I yield.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Maltari. Next up, I see Senator Vondra on the speakers list.
Yeah, I had two things. One's a statement, one's a question. Is that allowed? Can you hear me? Okay. I had two things. One's a statement, one's a question. Is that okay?
So the volume, the bottom.
Okay. I think they're having.
Can anyone hear Senator Vondra?
I can.
Online can hear him.
Wonderful. Senator Vondra, I apologize. Could you start over, please?
I hadn't started. I was asking if it's okay if I have two things. I have a statement and a question.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. The statement first is, I just want to say I appreciate the work that President Trenny has put into this. Him and I have talked on this topic many times, and I totally agree with everything he has put forward. This is a good plan. Secondly, though, I have just one small question. I remember in the budget presentation, there was something about the reporter going under a college. Do I remember? Can we get some information on that? Because you kind of talked for a long time there, Andrew, so I don't remember if you said that or anything to that or not.
Okay. I will yield to President Trenny to answer that question because it's related to the language of the motion.
Okay.
Senator Vondra, one second. First off, thank you. So to answer your question and to be truthful with Senate as well, we asked for this last year. So when interim provost Matt Cecil came into office, he was the former Arts and Humanities Dean. My predecessor and I, Anissa Omar and me, when he first came in, we saw an opportunity because we saw this as an issue as well last year. And so we basically asked him, we said, hey, we have this issue. We can't increase the fee a lot because 2% students aren't going to buy that. So we're kind of in a bind really. And so he said no. So he comes from Wichita State University, which he said that their student newspaper at their campus was under a college. And because of that, the university thought they, and did, by the way, control not the purse strings, but basically the content of the paper. Now that's a whole legal issue at that point, but I'm saying from the answer we got from him, it's vetoed, but there's an opportunity though, Senator Vondra and many others. We have a new president coming in and we have a new provost. So I think the next student government, if they feel highly about this and there's another motion related to this later, we'll be recommending that similar conversation, Senator Vondra, to continue next year about academic related programs funding the staff fee. That's in a different non-controversial motion that I hope Senate agrees to as well. But related to this, we've asked, it's been said no, but I hope whoever's in student government next year takes this into consideration as well and talks about it. And by the way, I think Max, if he's here, I think he's told me he's also supportive of that in some way. He told me they want it to be more, I think it's the MassCom, whatever. But he basically agrees with that opinion as well to an extent. Of course, I'm not going to speak for him, but just so you know, yeah, basically, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So next up on the speakers list, I have Senator Novak.
Yeah, so my little echo there. My question is actually related to the staff administration fund that was recommended here. And I was wondering why that was included in with the rest of the reporter related changes, if you're willing to shed some information on that.
I don't know who's best to refer to on that. Should I refer to President Trenny? Okay.
So, sorry, it's very technical. Sorry. I owe Kara a lot when we're done with this, speakers first when we're done. So that's actually a really good question and something I totally blanked on forgetting to mention. So the reason why it's included in this motion, so everyone knows Director Mark Constantine of the CSU and Teresa Schwartz, who is the CSU budget manager or officer, whatever you want to call it. They both are staff advisors, so they advise the student allocations committee, and because they give a portion of their time to do that, they're paid out of that line item to basically do that work. And so they have said, this has been a discussion for 2 years, by the way. We've all, they said, it's hard on student government to increase them to an appropriate level without jacking up the fee. And basically, in that opinion, you would sink every other recommendation if we were to try to do what we were doing now with an increase in the staff fee. So they said, you know what, we will take that reduction in that line item, and the CSU will pick up the $52,000 something dollars that the staff administration line item is being cut. So basically, we're moving the student activity fee $52,000 from that line item to another to basically jack it up so we don't have a big increase on our fee. Because again, doing nothing is stupid. And so sorry, I'm not supposed to use bad words in the Senate. So that solves that question. And then you may ask, well, how'd you get to 129? That's just $10,000 more. And that's, again, yeah, so that's self-explanatory. And hopefully I answered your question.
Okay. So next up on the speakers list, I have Senator Sweeney.
First off, I want to thank President Tranny. That's an excellent document, a lot of hard work into it. Bottom line is if we don't approve this, then we're, like President Tranny said, we're condoning fiscal irresponsibility. I don't know about you all, but if I were to write a check for 25% more than I make, my bank would be really be after me. And I'd be living in a cardboard box right about now after about 5 years of that. We can't condone that. And we need to go ahead and, set our future senators up for success. Thank you.
Senator Vondra, do you have a follow-up question? Or point, excuse me. Senator Vondra? No? Okay. Are there any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? I see Senator Novak.
I will say that I am personally in favor of this motion. I see that a lot of work was put into this by many individuals, and I'm very grateful for all of you contributing that. And I think that it really is impressive that this motion is approved not by only the executives student government, but as well as the administration and the reporter, that everyone was able to come to agreement on this. And I, for one, would like to see the reporter considered as something outside of a business that's designed to make money, and an independent body that can focus primarily on reporting and spreading information as best as possible. So I am very much so in favor of this motion.
Thank you. Are there any other points of discussion?
Can I do closing comment? I talked for so long.
You're out of order.
Okay.
Are there any other points of discussion? I see Senator Vondra's hand up. Senator Vondra, do you have a comment or question? Okay, seeing none, President Tranny, this will be your second speaking point.
You want to mute? So I just wanted to take one moment as closing argument to say thank you everyone for hopefully agreeing and supporting this resolution. I'm literally in tears because I spent so long on this, so many times literally wondering why I'm doing this, to literally have so many people it's been chaotic last couple of days. I barely got any sleep. We literally rushed it from this weekend to today. We didn't have it finalized until probably 1 o'clock. And so I just want to say thank you to Mark, thank you to Dr. Jones, thank you to John, thank you to Arnavi for helping do this, and thank you to Max and the reporter for also being a good, faithful partner and finally coming to a conclusion on this. And so I hope when this passes and this goes forward for future years, they can look at this student government and say, we did something to finally address the problem that everyone wanted to address forever. And so you guys should all be proud by just voting yes to something that is great to vote on. And so I yield and thank you. So.
Thank you. Are there any other points of discussion? 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 Seeing none, we are going to go ahead and vote on this resolution. Is there any dissent to approving President Trenny's resolution? Is there any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, this motion does pass unanimous.
I dissent. I want a roll call.
President Trenny, you dissent?
I want a roll call.
Okay.
Because it's a big ask.
President Trenny dissents, so we're going
No,
to,
seriously, it's a big
we're going to roll call vote.
It's a
Okay.
3-page resolution.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, hang on. All right, Senator Biggs.
Yes.
You have to turn your sound
Oh. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. hear you.
All right, Senator Biggs.
Yes.
Senator Abdi. Senator Gustafson. Senator Gustafson. Senator Gustafson. Okay. Senator Gabbard.
Yes.
Senator Vondra.
Yes.
Senator Alimo.
Yes.
Senator Mendonça.
Yes.
Senator Parker.
Yes.
Senator Salim.
Yes.
Senator Nemo.
Yes.
Senator Hawk.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Pham.
Yes.
Senator Al-Sadi.
Yes.
Senator Albera.
Yes.
Senator Osman.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Stiff.
Yes.
Senator Nelson.
Yes.
Senator Sweeney.
2 thumbs up, yes.
Senator Ruiz.
Yes.
Senator Wheeler.
Yes.
Senator Thomas.
Yep.
Senator Abbasi.
Yes.
Senator Bejarano.
Yes.
Senator Wickman.
Yes.
Senator Hopwood.
Yes.
Senator Flynn.
Yeah.
Senator Novak.
Yes, indeed.
Senator Mecklenburg.
Yes.
President Trenny.
Heck yes.
Vice President Maltari.
Yes, for sure.
All right. One more time. Senator Gustafson. Senator Gustafson. Okay. Then on a vote of 29 to 0, this motion does pass unanimously. All right. Wonderful. Okay.
Can we recess for 5?
Do you want an update of where the numbers?
Everyone is out of order, but if someone,
Motion.
you have a
I'll make a
motion.
motion to recess.
Okay. Sorry. President Trenny made a motion first. What is your motion?
5-minute recess.
A 5-minute recess. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Lots of people. Is there any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Okay, then hang on. We'll be back at 7:20. Okay, if senators could start to come back now. Senators are coming back. Okay. Wonderful. Looks like people are coming back. So at this point, I think I mentioned this at the beginning of my presentation, but we are gonna refer to John and just see like, okay, we've passed theater, student events, campus rec sports, campus rec sport club, Maverick Adventure, trip and travel, campus rec R and R, the rope course and rope course, and the reporter. So I think this would be a good point to check in with John and see where we're at in terms of the fee. So John, I'm gonna let you speak.
If y'all can hear me, I'm not gonna mess with changing my volume or my mic, but can y'all hear me clearly right now? Okay, so what you're seeing on your screen right now is the working document that I've had going for the whole time tonight. So the highlighted green areas, I've already highlighted based on a couple of motions coming up, but as things stand right now, considering everything that you've approved so far, and if you were to approve everything going forward as recommended by the Student Allocations Committee, you are looking at an increase to the student fee of 0.67%, okay? 6 cents per credit hour, going from the current fee of $8.94 to $9 per credit, 0.67%. That again assumes that it takes into consideration all of the approval you've done so far, and it would assume an approval of the SAC recommendations going forward. I would stand for any questions if there are any questions about what this means.
Are there any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, we're going to continue. Thank you, John. All right. So, could you take the screen share off? Thank you. All right. So we just, if you're following along in the agenda, we just passed reporter, which means unless there's any motions in between line items, we're going to continue on. Motion. President Trenny has a motion.
Did you mute yourself?
Hang on. And then I'm going to need you to state.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, well, hopefully we're good. Sorry about that, everyone. So as Speaker's Reversal sent out in the agenda when we sent it, there's no point. So my motion, by the way, is for Speaker's Reversal, so we can continue moving forward, is to unanimously approve these 8. So that's my motion, and Arnav is my second. Vice President Mulcahy.
Well, I have to call for a second.
Is there a second?
Vice President Mulcahy.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this motion? So,
to clarify this motion, just so that we're all clear, what we would be doing is we would be, President Trenny, are you muted?
Yep.
Okay. So what we would be doing here is passing all of these line items at once. So instead of going through each one, asking for discussion, asking for dissent, and passing it like that, we'd be skipping the discussion, skipping the votes on each of these, and voting in one chunk. Is that correct, according to your motion? Okay. And so you can go ahead and read those line items. Vice President Mulcahy, did you want to speak on your second?
I didn't speak to my motion.
Oh,
I just made the motion.
Wonderful. And Vice President Mulcahy seconded it. So, President Trenny, would you like to speak on your motion?
Yeah, I can just talk loud. You just keep it. So this motion, as Speaker Reversal mentioned, there's literally no reason to go through these line items one by one. At the top, you can read, they literally got their requested, there's 3 things to it. They got their requested allocation from SAC. So they got what they wanted anyways. 2, they did not appeal their SAC recommendation, meaning they told student government they're okay with what they got. They didn't come, they didn't say, hey, we don't agree. So there's no reason to increase or decrease their line item further because they weren't invited either. So that's also in here. Because the other areas were invited, they were controversial since we had to take votes. these areas, it's pretty much teed up that they're okay with what they're getting and they don't care or they don't want, like they're content. And I will, so again, it's proving the forensics at 11,000, gender and sexuality programs 55,000, green transportation fee 303, multicultural student activities 447,000, international center activities at 60,000, music ensembles at 72,000, repertory dance at 5,000, and veteran centers 5,000. And then the other part of this motion, which I think is the perfect time and opportunity. So basically it says the student government formally requests that the university administration partner with student government to hold conversations and discussions related to academic related programs funded in the student activity fee next academic year. So part of the rationale behind that is whether you agree with it or not, by the way, this is just saying, can we have a discussion? Because to be real with you, it's been the first time in 20 years since President Nelmort didn't even have a discussion on it. But we have a new university president coming in who's brand new to the institution, brand new to Minnesota to an extent. And so we're basically saying, hey, can we partner, and a new provost, we're basically saying, hey, can we partner as student government? And if it's okay, if student government's fine, like, yeah, we want to fund it, and we're okay with it being a student activity fees, sure. But I think we should let the next student government have an opportunity to change some of these things, right? So if we're saying, I think some previous speakers and previous motions are like, why do we fund so-and-so in student activity fees? This is the opportunity for them next year to have that thorough conversation with President-elect Inch and come to that decision and that conclusion so we don't have to ask that question further. And like I said, if we don't agree to this bottom part, this is the only opportunity I think we're going to have for even a discussion because he's new. So, and I yield. So again, yeah.
Okay. Vice President
Point of order.
You seconded. Would you like to speak?
Point of order.
Okay. Vice President Maltari yields.
Point of order.
So at this point, I'm going to open it up to...
Are you not hearing me?
Okay.
Point of order.
So at this point, I'm going to open it up for other points of discussion. Are there any other points of discussion on point of order from Senator Flynn? State that.
Yield to Senator Sweeney.
I have a point of order.
Oh, okay.
I've been saying point of order.
Have you not?
Sorry. All right. Here's the problem. You're going out of order. In order to do that, we must vote on part of Robert's rules. When we're considering something out of scheduled order, we must vote on that, unfortunately, although I agree with it.
Okay.
Advice?
No. Okay. So thank you, Senator Sweeney, for that point of order. I'm going to quickly refer with John off mic to discuss that, and then I'll respond to that. Fair? Okay, can everyone hear me?
Is your sound on?
Yes. Okay. So after reviewing Robert's rules, here are Senator Sweeney is correct. By doing that motion in that order as he has it, it would be a violation of Robert's rules. There is a workaround if senators are interested. You are able to motion to suspend the rules in order. You would have to vote with a 2/3 majority, but usually that's a unanimous vote. And then you could go ahead and pass this motion if you should choose. But that way you could suspend that rule in order to go out of order, essentially. Is everyone clear on that? Wonderful. So, with that, are there any motions on the floor?
Oh, motion to suspend the rules.
Is there a second?
Second.
I saw it from Senator Bigg first. So we're gonna pause our discussion on President Trenny's motion and now have this motion on suspending the rules. Everybody clear? Or have a discussion on that? Okay. Wait, who? Oh, Stiff. I mean, Senator Stiff. Okay. Senator Stiff, would you like to speak on your motion?
Yes, so in light of hopefully getting through this a little quicker, that is just why I wanted to suspend the rules.
Thank you. I had Senator Bigg seconding. Senator Bigg, would you like to speak?
Yield to redundancy.
Thank you. Are there any other points of discussion on this new motion?
Point of order.
Senator Flynn.
How long does the suspension stay in place?
So the suspension is not of all the rules, it's of this specific rule.
Okay.
That clarifies?
Yes.
Wonderful. President Trenny.
Can I amend that motion to do, so we can do both of them in one?
Can you clarify?
Yeah.
So you haven't made another motion, so you can't.
I'm gonna amend it to allow it to do for both. So, because I'm doing two of them tonight.
So you would like to motion to amend to introduce a new motion?
No, amend it to, for the rest of the night. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
What I would suggest, pass this motion to suspend the
Yes.
rules, amend your motion, then we go back into.
Yes, okay. Okay. So President Trenny, do you rescind your motion?
Yep.
Okay, so President Trenny rescinds his amendment to this motion. Are there any other points of discussion on the motion to suspend the rules? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Wonderful. Is there any dissent on the motion to suspend the rules? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, the motion to suspend this specific rule to go out of order in this case has been approved, or has been passed. So now President Trenny can have his motion on the table officially and in good faith. Okay. So I believe Vice President Malteri yielded. She did not want to speak on her second. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on President Trenny's motion? President Trenny.
So yeah, okay, so basically the workaround, instead of having to do it twice, we're just gonna, so basically I'm gonna show everyone what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna, do you allow friendly amendments?
No.
So I'm gonna amend this motion, basically all these 8, so we don't have to do this again. I'm gonna include these 7 down there up in this top motion. So we're basically gonna improve, and I'll list them off so it's clear. So I'm amending my motion to include in one go approving forensics at 11,000, gender and sexuality programs at 55,000, green transportation fee at 303, and multicultural student activities 47,000, international center activities 60,000, music ensemble 72,150, repertory dance 5,000, veteran programming 5,000. And then this is now student activity specific. Administrative office 585776, community engagement 9797, fraternity and sorority life 15,000, homecoming 51,750, leadership Maverick involvement team 7,400, non-traditional student programs 2,000, and recognized student organizations 3,900. So that's clear. So that's all basically moving these 7 up to the top. Doesn't change the intent. It's all just in one.
Okay, so that you're moving to amend your original motion? Yes. Okay, is there a second on that?
Second.
Vice President Malteri seconds that amendment. So to clarify, essentially that would cover everything that we have remaining with the exception of Maverick Food Pantry, non-budgeted request fund, RSO travel/program, and the staff administration business service office.
Yep, because we already did that.
Okay.
We did that with the reporter.
Okay. And student government.
Yep.
So those will all be separate. And in case anybody's confused, the reporter equipment repair and replace fund was also linked in with the reporter motion. So you'd be voting on approving the rest of these except for Maverick Food, non-budgeted request, and student government. Everyone clear? Great. So Vice President Waltari seconded that amendment. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Is there any discussion on that amendment? Is there any discussion? Senator Hopwood.
I want to ask what the green transportation fee that's in it, correct? I was just wondering, I know I talked to President Cheney about the deduction before, but are they gonna have to increase that 43,000 eventually? Is that like a COVID deduction, or like, I know they requested it and they're getting it, but it's just a kind of like a big amount? Is that gonna like be a big increase next time?
Okay, so to clarify, so we're having a discussion right now on approving the amendment to the motion President Cheney put forth. So your question is related to the green transportation fee.
That's in the amendment, right?
That would be included in the original motion. We can't yield out to answer that question.
Oh, okay.
What I would recommend is, if you want to have further discussion on that, to amend this amendment, to take that out, and then to have further discussion. That's just a recommendation, though.
Why?
Oh, okay.
Would anybody like to make an amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, may I tell you, so you first need to add the student activities in, and then you're voting on the whole thing. That's when she would pull green transportation out.
Okay.
And I can address the question.
Okay, no. All right, excuse me, sorry. There's been a little bit of confusion. So Senator Hopwood, what John would suggest is that you guys would vote to include all of these things in this amendment. And then when we get back to the original motion, which includes the grant transportation fee, then you would move to amend that separately to take that out. Is that clear? To have further discussion on it.
Oh, okay. So by taking it out, we can talk about it, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because right now we're having a discussion period on the amendments, but that's not included in the amendment. Does that make sense?
Oh, it's not included
it's a part of the original motion. Sorry, I know this is confusing. It's a part of.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind then, because I thought that was part of like the 5 that he just showed.
Oh, no problem. Hold tight. We'll come back to that thought. Okay.
Okay.
So is there any other discussion on the amendment, which is to include the ones that President Cheney just said? I don't know if there's the student activities one. Is there any discussion on that? Senator Osmond. Senator Osmond, do you have a discussion? Oh, okay. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any dissent to adding those other line items to the original motion, which President Cheney suggested? Is there any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, those line items have now been added to the motion. And so now we're going to go back to discussing the motion as a whole. Now, if senators have an issue with a particular department or line item in that overall motion, now would be the time to speak on that, to move to amend, to take that off, to be able to discuss that individually. Does that make sense? Okay. So are there any points of discussion? Senator Osmond.
Yeah, motion to remove the VRC from this one.
The
resources.
The veterans resources?
Yes.
Okay, so I would have you motion to amend.
Motion to amend.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any dissent to removing veterans resource programming? There is dissent. Well, that would have been a discussion, but you can dissent.
Yeah, I'll dissent.
Okay, there is dissent. So now we're going to have to vote.
Actually,
on,
I'll just retract it. So,
okay, President Trenny does not, President Trenny rescinds his dissent. So is there any dissent on removing Veterans Resource Programming from this motion? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, I assume unanimous consent. And so now on our motion that President Trenny has put forth, I'm going to strike Veterans Resource Programming. So it is not included in there. We would address that separately. Are there any other points of discussion or amendments? So Senator Hopwood, if you wanted to take green transportation and look at that separately, you could do that now, but only if you so choose. Are there, okay, I'm seeing Senator Hopwood. Senator Hopwood?
Yeah, I was just for a second. I don't, yeah. Can I do, is it a point to amend the amendment? That's what I'm saying?
Yep, you're motioning to amend, and then what are you?
Motioning to amend the green transportation fee so that we could talk about it.
Okay, so you want to take that off. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Senator Gabbard seconds. Are there any discussion points on moving to amend to remove the green transportation fee from Trenny's motion? President Trenny.
yeah, so there's no need to answer that comment that Senator Hopwood mentioned. Is it going to go up next year? We don't know. Literally, David Cowan, who's on this call, he can't address anything, but he's the one that said 303, and so that number he has is not also the green transportation fee has multiple areas of part of that fee. So that's the buses, but there's also federal and city money I think attached to that. So that number is part of the contract that they sign with the city and whoever else on what the hourly rate of the bus should be to operate. And by the way, that number is 106 an hour. So to fund the buses per hour, and the wages are also in there. To fund the buses per hour, so all the gas, the money, the salaries, it's 106 an hour. So that number is deliberate. I don't think, I am worried as well that number is gonna have to shoot up next year. And I think it should have stayed consistent, but we can't, to be real with you in the staff fee, we can't afford to put the money back that they had last year in there. Cause that's just we're gonna go above a 2, to be real. And that means a referendum. And are students gonna wanna vote on a referendum this year? No. So that number, like I said, the motion is there because the area saw their SAC recommendation from SAC before spring break, and they had an opportunity to say, hey, do we agree or disagree? Or do we need to appeal or should we be invited? Nobody here invited them in. So if you had that question, you should have invited them in to ask that question, but also they're not appealing. So they're okay with that 303. And I don't think we need to change that number. So there's no reason to discuss it further than what we're doing now. Because you're going to approve that number anyways. So I just want to cut down on that time because it's going to be approved anyways. So I yield.
Okay, before I ask for more discussion points, I'd like to clarify for the record. President Trenny said that you can't vote to change that. You could. He's just saying that it's ill-advised, but you maintain that right as senators. Okay. Next up, I had Senator Osman. I see that hand is now down. Do you retract that point of discussion? I'm going to assume yes.
Yes.
Okay. So let me think where we're at here. We were on Senator Hopwood's motion to remove the green transportation fee from the motion that President Trenny put forth. Okay. Are there any other points of discussion? Senator Hopwood.
I will retract it since basically that question was answered because I just wanted to make sure that that number was like okay. I was just basically asking like, is it okay that they wanted it at that number, not like, oh, I don't think we should have that number, we should like raise it. I was just clarifying. I know transportation is a big thing and I know like it's important to the university and everything and it's highly utilized. So I just want to make sure.
Thank you for that clarification. So that motion to amend has been rescinded. Okay, so let's clarify where we're back at. So we're back at Trenny's original motion, which now as amended includes everything except for Maverick Food Pantry, non-budgeted request fund, student government, and veterans resource programming. Okay, is there any discussion on this amendment, or excuse me, on this motion now as it stands? Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we are now going to move towards a vote. Is there any dissent to this motion? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, I assume unanimous consent at 30 to 0, this motion does pass. So, because of that, we're now going to jump back up in order, which would be going to the Maverick Food Pantry, is where we're at now in the agenda. So, is there any dissent on the SAC allocated or recommended, excuse me, is there any discussion on the SAC recommended allocation for the Maverick Food Pantry? Senator Novak.
I would like to request that we amend to add a one-time option to grant them an additional $15,000 as a starting fee.
Okay, so Senator Novak, you are making a motion to add a one-time allocation of how much again?
$15,000.
$15,000. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
That was really fast, but I think I saw Senator Flynn.
Oh.
Okay. So now we're going to move into discussion on this amendment, or excuse me, on this motion. Okay. Senator Novak, you brought forth the motion, so you get the floor first.
I would like to state that there are a couple reasons that I support this. First and foremost, I see the Maverick Food Shelf as a way to directly help the students, and I see it as being very beneficial to the students. I served on the Basic Needs Committee and was someone who got to go there in person and witness how they operate, and I'm very thankful for what they do, and I hope to see them continue in the future. I also know that with a new administration coming in, it is very possible that they may have difficulty finding funds, as new administration could potentially decide to be less helpful to them. And I would like to ensure that at least in the beginning, not only we set a precedent of being helpful to them, but that we start the ball rolling in a good place, allowing them to continue to help people as best as possible.
Okay, thank you. Next up, I had Senator Flynn seconding. Senator Flynn, would you like to speak on this motion?
Yeah, so it's really good that we now have an option for an on-campus access to food. Being someone that's had to use these types of resources in the past, it is incredibly important to have something like that available for students who might be a little less food secure. And seeing as the program's just getting started, they're going to need a little more than they would for a yearly contribution to get, all of the stuff that they would want to have in place to make things go smoothly, because they're still kind of, getting things going. I assume they are. And they had been also, I lost my train of thought there, but yeah, it's a good thing. They also take donations online. If anybody else feels like contributing out of their own pocket, I have no guilt if you don't.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up, I have Senator Ruiz.
Point of clarification, a motion to add 15,000 and additional 15,000 to what was requested?
No, they're not adding. So there's two numbers you can add to. There's the base rate, and then there's a one-time allocation. So they would not be adding 15,000 to the base rate, which would be Maverick Food Pantry. So the base rate right now is 15,000. If you modify the base rate, that means that would be their starting amount that they have going forward every year. Instead, they're doing the motion on the table is for a one-time 15,000. I'm not sure if that's funded any different. John, do you want to speak on that?
How I'm interpreting the motion and how it is usually intended to be is, if you look at this, again, this is my working document that you're seeing. I change the amount to 30,000 and I make a note that it is a 15,000 base plus one-time allocation from SAF reserve of 15,000. So you're not adding to the student fee, you're pulling from your rainy day fund or special use fund, however you want to look at it, to fund that. So when we look at the total fee, if that passes, I add it down here in this square, this cell as well, to make sure that it's not going into what is your actual base. So this is the total spending, but this number is your base.
Does that clarify your question, Senator Ruiz?
I believe so.
Okay, so I did have you next up on the speaker's list. Do you have a discussion point?
I did. So as the chair of the Student Basic Needs Committee, we've been doing a lot of work on the food pantry, and this is a really good resource to provide to students when the campus cupboard isn't available, or I guess like when they're not open. So I think this would really help them and help address food insecurity on campus. It's a really good initiative. So I thank Senator Novak and Senator Flynn for their support.
Okay, thank you. Next up, I have Senator Hopwood.
Can I make a motion?
Depends if you're moving to amend or you're moving for, we have to handle one motion at a time. So just say your motion and then I'll tell you if you can say it or not.
Okay, I was wanting to make a motion to allocate the base fund and move it to 20,000 instead of 15, and then do the one time is only 10,000.
Okay, so that's a couple separate motions there. So you could move to amend the current motion, which is 15,000 from one time, and you could move to make that 10. And then after we finish that motion, you could then come back and motion again to increase the base from 15 to 20, but we can't do it all at once. Is that clear?
Yeah, okay, well then I'll make a motion to amend the one time the one time help for 15 to 10 then.
Okay. So Senator Hopwood has moved to amend the motion that Senator Novak put forward from 15,000 to 10,000 as a one-time allocation. Is there a second on that amendment?
Can you repeat that, sorry?
Yep. So Senator Hopwood has moved to amend the motion that Senator Novak put forth to allocate this was Senator Novak. Senator Novak said $15,000 from one-time funding to the Maverick Food Pantry. Senator Hopwood is now saying she's now motioning to amend that 15,000 to 10,000 of the one-time donation. At this point, I am now calling for a second. Is there a second? Is there a second? Are there any seconds? Seeing? Second. Okay, Senator Nelson does second. Okay, Senator Hopwood. Let me get this mapped out, 1 second. Okay, wonderful. Now, are there any points of discussion on the amendment to move from $15,000 to $10,000 in one-time funding? Senator Novak, you are out of order for speaking in the chat, but you can bring that point up in the discussion. Okay, any points of discussion? Senator Novak.
Sorry, I was just saying that more as an offhanded comment, but just kind of going through my personal dialogue here is that I would be overall in support of the entire plan proposed by Senator Hopwood, because I would like to see the base increased as well as having that additional 10K. I would just be slightly worried because it's almost taking like a risk to where the initial base has to also be increased. Otherwise, it's an overall it's less than the original proposal. So that's where I'm sitting right now.
Okay. I apologize for going out of order. I'm going to go back to Senator Hopwood and give you a chance to speak on your amendment.
Yeah, so the reason why I was doing that because first of all, we're taking less money out of our rainy day fund, but also by allocating more money, wanting to allocate more money for the base and raise that, I think would help overall because that is something that students have been using frequently, and it's been looked at as useful. And sometimes with things that are new like that, they might not be able to provide as much as they want to students because of the base is already at like a smaller amount. But by giving them a little bit more wiggle room, they can ensure the students are not having a food insecurity for the future, and ensuring that this pantry can strive and help the students that are upcoming. And so I just think it's a very important, and I think, you know, if you be able to give them some more money to overall help the student body.
Thank you. So Senator Nelson, you seconded. Would you like to speak on this amendment?
Yield to redundancy.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Senator Hopwood, this would be your second and final on this amendment.
Yeah, I also want to add, like, this is also helping off-campus students, and I feel like there's a lot of things that, you know, that are lacking with off-campus students, like with involvement or in just like in general, because there's a lot of things that they needed to like work on for off-campus. And I think that this also shows that we're also caring about all the students and not just the on-campus students and like what they need, but it's also showing that, you know, there's a resource here for an off-campus students that, you know, that maybe are paying for other things and they need food. So I think overall this could really help everybody.
Thank you. Are there any other points, President Trenny?
Yeah, so I don't think this is needed. So I'm gonna go through some history real quick. So the Maverick Food Pantry this year is a new staff line item. And so for those, we're gonna do veterans here in a moment. This is what, their 6th, 7th year as a staff line item? When is it? 6th? I don't know. Well, whatever, they're very new. When I was a freshman, they were only getting one-time money because usually, in what you usually do when they're a new staff line item, you start them out as one-time money to see how they're going to operate and see, you know, to see them, you know, grow a little bit and get going. This year's SAC was, and to be real, very generous. They put them into base as $15,000, skipping that process that we normally do as one-time money. And so I think we keep the 15 because again, that's increasing the fee. And to be real with you, if we're going to be critical on every other fee next week, you need to be critical of this to make sure our fee and the SAF fee does not go up more. 15 is fine, and the 15,000 one-time reserve could be even higher. There's $500,000 or so, 400,000, something like that in that account. So don't worry about what's in the rainy day fund. Yes, we're hypocritical on the reporter and other areas, but this is something student government should invest in and be okay taking $15,000, which is very little in that fee and that reserve, to fund this basic thing. And no one's saying the food pantry isn't a necessity. I agree. The $15,000 as an FYI to everyone was something me and I think Megan's on this line. That's just something we came up with, right? The 15,000 does not correlate to a single thing in the Maverick food pantry. It's just something I told her Senate would be comfortable with supporting as a money to the food pantry. So I think we say no to this amendment, keep it as a 15, and do whatever number. I'm not going to take a stance on anything right now. Any number in the one-time reserve money that Senator Novak was already motioning for, it just makes sense. And literally, I thought this was going to take 2 minutes, but it's turning out to much more of a discussion. And I just urge a no vote. Let's just go back to the main thing, do 15, whatever, and get on with it, because no one's disagreeing with the food pantry. I'm just looking at the bottom line of the SAF fee, and we don't want an increase in the base because that's students paying more. And so, yeah.
Okay. One second, as I look at the speakers listing. Okay, Senator Ruiz.
So I would vote against this amendment, not because I don't want the food pantry to get more money. I obviously want them to be, very prosperous so we can support our students. However, I think that we should start off with the 15, just because this is the first time that they're requesting the money. And then if we can grow it from there. Further, the Student Basic Needs Committee will be working on possibly a resolution to make sure that this initiative about food insecurity being addressed gets taken seriously by the next student government as well as the next president.
Okay. Before I move down the speaker list, I just want to clarify what we're speaking about because people keep saying 15 and we're having two different discussions right now. So right now what we're talking about is the amendment to move Senator Novak's one-time allocation from 15,000 to 10,000. So right now we're discussing about whether or not to move it to 10,000. But separate, the base budget line or the base rate is 15,000. So there's two separate 15s that we're talking about. And I just want to make sure we're clear if we're talking about the base rate or the one-time allocation that is being motioned. But currently, we're not even talking about that 15 that Senator Novak has. We're not talking about that motion in its entirety. We are talking specifically right now about whether to amend that motion from 15,000 to 10,000. Everyone clear on that? I feel like that's getting lost in this discussion. Okay, so Senator Hopwood, I have you on your second and final point on this amendment discussion. You may speak.
Based off what Andrew said, I originally thought like the rainy day fund was like tight. So that's why I was thinking that maybe we just didn't need to take as much money out of it. But since that is not the case and you possibly could up that one-time temporary bonus of 15 to more, I want to just retract my motion.
Okay. So Senator Hopwood is retracting the motion to amend the one-time $15,000 allocation to $10,000. That motion has now been retracted, and we are now back to our original discussion on the motion of a one-time allocation of $15,000 to the Maverick Food Pantry. This is not adjusting the base rate. This is a one-time allocation. All right. Wait, that was a motion. Okay. Are there any points of discussion back on this one-time allocation of 15,000?
Can I make a motion to move to a vote?
No, but I will just the discussion points, and then if not, we're gonna do that anyway.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Seeing no further points of discussion, we're now gonna vote on this motion to allocate one-time funding of $15,000 to the Maverick Food Pantry. All right. Are there, let me just get this ready. Is there any dissent to motioning to allocate one-time funding of $15,000 to the Maverick Food Pantry? Is there any dissent? Is there any dissent? Is there any dissent? Seeing no dissent, this motion does pass unanimously on a vote of 30 to 0. And we have finished this line item. All right, so give me 1 second before we move on. Okay. So, are there any motions on the table before we carry on to our next line item? No? Wonderful. Okay, so next up, we're going to be talking about non-budgeted request fund, the RSO travel/program. Are there any points of discussion? President Trenny.
So I make an amendment to that. What would they recommend?
No.
Oh, I'm making a motion.
Okay.
I move to amend the it's a long name. Non-budgeted request fund RSO travel program from I think 35,000. I'm gonna go to 20,000. Okay, I'll go to 25.
Hang on. Well, you need to make this motion clear.
Okay, sorry. I'm moving to amend the non-budgeted request fund, the RSO travel/program fund, from 35,000 to 25,000.
Okay, I'm not ready for a second. From
35 to 25, so $10,000 decrease.
All right. So the chair does frown upon adjusting allocations that have not been brought in to appeal or invited in to speak. However, you do maintain that right as a Senate. Is there a second? Vice President Maltari seconds that motion. All right. Okay. Is there any discussion?
Talk about my motion.
Oh, yeah. Okay. President Trenny, you get the first right to discussion.
Yes. So yes, they didn't come in and appeal, and they weren't invited. So the RSO travel/program fund, basically SAC every year allocates money to RSOs and other groups to travel and program. And so that's majority of what they do, usually fall semester. They traditionally, on average, have only ever spent probably like under $30,000 in that account anyways. And when that money isn't spent, by the way, per our SAC guidelines, it goes in our rainy day fund anyways. So I'm comfortable this year taking a little bit off to make the fee burden easier on students, because they're not going to really, to be transparent, I don't think we're going to increase anything else. Well, that's a lie. Oh, one more thing. But I think the 10,000 is fine. It's not going to hurt anyone. And I think the people I talked to about this beforehand, they're also fine with it. So while they didn't come in and we didn't appeal, we didn't invite them, I think they're fine. We should do it. It will help. So trust me.
Vice President Maltari, you seconded. Would you like to speak on your second?
Redundancy.
Vice President Maltari yields to redundancy. Are there any points of discussion on this motion to reduce the non-budgeted request from $35,000 to $25,000? Any points of discussion? Any points of discussion? Any points of discussion? Seeing no points of discussion, we are going to move to a vote. Is there any dissent to moving that line item from 35,000 to 25,000? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, that motion does pass unanimously on a vote of 30 to 0. Again, the chair does highly frown upon adjusting a line item when a speaker was not brought in to appeal or invited to speak, but that motion does pass. Okay, moving on. We are now going to move on to the student government SAC recommended allocation. Are there any points of discussion on the student government SAC recommended allocation? Vice President Maltari.
Just talk about it.
I was just gonna say there's a $750 increase, which is for the coordinators. And other than this, and that is already mentioned in the Constitution Commission, and that is the only increase in it. With that, I yield.
Okay, so are you motioning?
It was just a point of discussion to explain.
Okay, but there's no appeal being made. So you're just stating that there's no change here?
No.
Okay. Are there any other points of discussion?
No.
Are there any other points, President Trenny?
Yes. So basically what Vice President Maltari said, so the Constitution Commission met, and I was going to have the chair of that do it for us just because it made sense since they, the senators on that commission did this for us anyways. So as Mr. Cowan emailed the Senate literally probably a week ago, maybe, the Constitution Commission met. And so in our budget proposal this year, if you guys were wondering, we asked for our coordinator stipends to be increased. So we have 5 coordinators right now. And so we fund right now, they all get $650, I believe, right? Yeah, $650. So we as student government are asking, and in our budget, which has already been SAC approved, is asking for $1,000 for 3 coordinators. And the Constitution, and the reason why, just a little clarification on that, the reason why that is we didn't believe if we asked for $1,000 for every coordinator, so there's 5 of them, we didn't believe SAC would give it to us. In previous years, SAC has cut our coordinator stipends. They literally cut senator stipends one year. So we didn't feel we were confident SAC would even give us that money anyways. And so we only did 3 off the top of our head to get it through SAC, and luckily it did. But now the Constitution Commission felt that we weren't going to pay $1,000 for the diversity, equity, inclusion coordinator and the city and local affairs coordinator, that doesn't do justice. Like, we literally have a diversity, equity, inclusion coordinator, but it's not equal, which we agree as well. We just want, ideally, to start next year's student government off. We could find in our budget, yes, but it's $750, which is literally nothing in the fee. We want next year's student government to not have to worry about re-asking from SAC money. We want it to be in our base, so next year's student government doesn't have to keep asking for money like that and can start fresh and do whatever they want. And so I'll make that motion to amend it by $750 more. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you were motioning. So there's a motion on the table to increase the
student government, the student government SAC recommendation by $750.
The base.
That's
correct. Okay.
Yeah.
So President Trenny motions to increase the student government allocation. The student government SAC recommended allocation by $750. Is there, let me write that down. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah.
Okay. I saw Senator Biggs. Okay. President Trenny, would you like to speak on that motion?
Yeah, I basically said what I said. It's $750. We shouldn't take more than 5 minutes on this. Last year's student government, a big thing I regret is that we just kept talking about our budget and giving ourselves money. Literally, this is all we need just to stop having to use other places in our budget that we need to be successful next year. So let's just get this over with and literally be done with the budget tonight. So please just approve it really quick. It's literally nothing. So I yield.
Okay. Senator Biggs, you seconded. Would you like to speak on your second?
No.
Okay. Would anybody else, does anybody else have a point of discussion on this motion? Are there any other points of discussion? Senator Hopwood.
I have a point of clarification.
State that.
Is this extra money is allocated to make the coordinators all have $1,000?
That is correct.
Oh, okay. Awesome. That was it. Thanks.
All right. Are there any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we are going to move to a vote. Is there any dissent to the motion to increase the student government SAC recommended budget by $750? Is there any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, I assume unanimous consent, and that motion does pass 30-0. Are there any motions on the floor? No, it's not. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move on to Veterans Resource Programming. Are there any points of discussion on the SAC recommended allocation to the Veterans Resource Programming? Senator, 1 second. Senator Osmond.
Hi, so motion to increase the SAC recommended budget from $5,000 to $6,000.
Second.
Okay, wait. So there's a motion on the floor to increase the base rate, is that correct?
Yes, from 5,000 to 6,000.
Okay, so Senator Osmond made that motion, and I saw Senator Novak seconded. Senator Osmond, would you like to speak on that motion?
Yeah, so I'm involved with the Veteran Resources, and the year before COVID, the director, we didn't have enough funding to fund our activities, so we had to pay out of pocket, and Tim, the director, had to pay out of pocket. So I don't think that's fair. And they asked for 6,000, SAC recommended 5, and I don't think that's fair for them. Then they need that 6,000.
Thank you. Senator Novak, would you like to speak on your second?
Yeah, so what I would like to speak about is somewhat related to what Senator Osmond was speaking about, in that the reason that they had less spending this last year is due to it being a COVID year and not being able to program as much. But as Senator Osmond was alluding to, in a non-COVID year, they tend to be able to program way more and would therefore need more funding to do so. According to Senator Osmond, it seems that there was an issue with the director having to pay out of pocket, which I think is something that we should definitely try to make to not be the case. And we had previously talked about the idea that COVID cuts are bad cuts. I would extend that ideology to say that if we are reducing their allocated amount, their request, if we are reducing their allocated request based on the statistics that were gathered during a COVID year, that is essentially the same as a COVID cut. So I would also second Osmond's idea to give them the full 6,000.
Thank you. Are there any other points of discussion? President Trenny.
So I agree, like they deserve more. I originally was requesting them to come into Senate. Related to their funding, just briefly, and I'll get to my main point, part of my main point. I think if we do 5,000 plus 1,000 in one-time money to lower the impact on the fee, because trust me, it shoots up. That is, I think, ideal. So he's still gonna get he's still gonna get money. It just won't increase the base for the fee because it shoots up. The other thing I want to note is I looked through his budget or the Veteran Center budget, and like this year specifically when this was printed, he hasn't done enough for like programming. Literally hasn't spent a dime in there. I mean, obviously in past years he has, but I'm just saying like he will probably have carry forward as well. You have to take that into consideration. Now will SAC or student government next year allow them to keep 10% or whatever of their allocation? I don't know, but he's gonna have the Veteran Center is gonna have carry forward, so they're gonna take that into consideration. And the one-time money, it's a done deal, and it helps us out on the fee end where we don't have to go above a 0.2% increase. So I yield.
Okay.
I'll make that motion actually.
Well, are you moving to
amend that motion to keep $5,000 and $1,000 as one-time money?
Okay. So you're not moving to amend. Okay, you're trying to do something entirely different.
I would separate that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna allow that as an amendment here. That's a whole different motion, but we have to focus on this motion first. Okay, Senator Flynn.
So for those of you that may not be well versed in what's going on with the Veteran Center, you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
You're frozen.
Because I think my Zoom might be about.
We can hear you. Can you say something again?
My Zoom is getting mad at me, but I'll just make my point really quick. Previous years, they had a bit of a deficit that they carried over from you.
I'm sorry, you cut out.
Yeah. To me, it's unacceptable that we have veterans who served us paying out of their own.
Senator Flynn, we're having a difficult time hearing you. Would you be able to type that in the chat? I'll make an exception for this. He might have left and come back.
I'm back.
Okay.
My Zoom crashed.
Oh, okay. Well, we can hear you clearly now.
Okay, yeah, because I just kind of killed it and brought it back to life. Anyway, the point I was trying to make, previous years they had a deficit that they've been carrying for a while for whatever reason. And in my mind, it's unacceptable to have people who served our country, paying out of their own pocket for like bowling and stuff. On top of that, the Veterans Resource Center, you would think, veterans, they get money from other places other than the school itself, right? No, the VRC does not really get funding from federal sources. I mean, the students get some support for tuition, but because of weird laws and stuff, they're not going to get funding from the federal government for programming that's of a extracurricular nature. And I think not only is it something that would actually help them, but it's something that would look really good and send a good message that we support them fully.
Thank you. Next up, I have Senator Hopwood.
I thought the increase, I guess it's a clarification question. When we said that we would up the base from 5,000 to 6,000, and my question is, I thought you guys said that in order for it to impact the students when paying, it was like $2,700, but we're only upping it by 1,000. So it's not going to make a difference in what the students will be paying?
I'm going to defer to John because that's his point.
Considering all of the increases you've made, this $1,000 is what tips it to needing to go up another penny.
Okay.
So yeah, if I share.
So how many pennies has it gone up, I guess, then? Are you saying?
So, Senator, you're asking for an update on the budget right now?
So here's where you are right now, okay? So see, if I take this number and I change it to 6,000, watch what happens to the percent of change, okay? So if I change it to 6,000, that is the difference that requires the student activity fee to go up by a penny. It tips the scale.
Okay.
Okay. John, could you stop sharing for a second?
Yes.
Okay. So Senator Hopwood, Senator Sweeney, you're up next.
Took my hand down.
Okay. Let's see. I have Senator Novak with your second speaking point.
Yeah, so I just I'll make this kind of a combined point that I'm still heavily in favor of making this a permanent increase because I see that this will continue to be an issue in the future more than just 1 year. If we make it just a temporary thing, that they will continue to have to do programming more and more, especially after COVID times are over. So I would still stay heavily in favor of this. And I would also like to say that I noticed when John Bulcock was presenting that even though this would technically be the tipping scale that would make us have to increase it by a cent, we're still 3 cents less than what was originally thought to be the projected fee of $9.
Thank you. Are there any other points of discussion on this motion to increase the Veterans Resource Programming from a base rate of $5,000 to $6,000? Any further points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Any other points of discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we are going to go ahead and go to a vote. Is there any dissent to the motion to increase Veteran Resource Programming base rate from $5,000 to $6,000? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing none, that motion does, I assume unanimous consent, and that motion does pass 30 to 0 to 0. With that, we have made our way through each individual line item. The next procedural step is to pass this budget as a whole. So everything up from theater, the first thing we discussed, down to Veterans Resource Programming. So signing off one more time on this budget as a whole. John, could we see that document one more time and see what our final increase would be?
Yes, okay, so to summarize what you have, your SAF recommended budget was $2,697,043. That's the most money y'all are ever going to deal with in your life, probably, unless you go into accounting. So
can he share the screen? We can't see it.
John.
Yeah. Thank you. I thought I had shared. So the SAF recommended budget was $2,697,043. The student government recommended budget at this time is $2,737,930. $15,000 of that, which is one-time funding coming from the unallocated student activity fee reserve, meaning your base budget for next year is $2,722,930. What that results in is a 3-cent increase per credit hour over your current student activity fee, from $8.94 a credit hour to $8.97 a credit hour, which represents a roughly 1/3% increase. So 0.34% increase to the student activity fee. So that's kind of where we are.
Okay, could you also give us a sense of where the reserves would be, since there is money coming from one time?
So I do not know that number. By policy, it has to be at 10%, I believe, of the budget, and it's sitting in the $400,000 to $500,000 mark. May I yield to Mark Constantine for a better idea?
You may yield.
Thank you. $487,000
is what it is at.
Is what it is at before taking this allocation, and it also does not include anything that would roll into it from being left over from this year.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'll actually leave that up while we vote on this, because that might be helpful for them to see. I see Senator Osman has your hand raised. Do you have
Yes, I have a motion.
Okay, state that.
Motion to reconsider budget for theater.
Okay, let me check. So Senator Osman did vote in favor of the winning side for theater. So now here's how this would work. I'm going to need a second on that motion. Okay, Senator Flynn Senator Flynn seconds. Now, here's how this will work procedurally. We did take a look at it during the breaks that we could be prepared. So what we would now happen is this motion that Senator Osman put forward is debatable, meaning that we will go into a discussion period. What we will not be discussing is what to change the line item to. What you will be discussing is whether or not you want to open the floor back up to re-examine the theater budget. Does that make sense? So you won't be discussing numbers or reasons for or to not fund it at certain levels. You are only discussing during this discussion period whether or not you would like to reconsider it. Everybody clear on that? Great. Okay. So Senator, okay, so John, could you take that down now?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, let me get resituated here. Motion. Okay, Senator Osman, you made the motion to reconsider. Would you like to speak on your motion?
Yes. So I thought about it, and I think it was because of COVID cut, and I think we should reconsider it.
Okay, is that all? Thank you.
Yes.
Next, I have a second from Senator Flynn. Senator Flynn, would you like to speak on your second?
Yes. So in speaking out of band with some senators during breaks, to some senators, it wasn't made clear that the budget was for going forward, and some were confused in that it was going backwards with the way we were discussing the COVID reimbursement or whatever it was. So I feel like votes might not have been based upon them believing that this was the budget for next year. They thought it was going backwards.
Okay, thank you. Senator Gabbard, you're on my list.
Yeah, after looking at the final budget and seeing that we do have some wiggle room and that we're still under the 2%, I think we can take some time to reconsider the theater budget. You know, me and Frank are arts and humanities senators, and theater is a really important part of our college. And so I just ask all of you to reconsider and look at the benefits.
Okay, I'm going to call some of those comments out of order. Remember, we're just talking about whether or not to reconsider, not the merits of adjusting the funding.
Oh, yes. Okay, then I will rescind my comment.
Thank you. I'm hearing some echo. Okay. Oh, okay. Next I have President Trini.
Yeah, so to clarify, I did not misspeak when I said, I don't see it as a COVID cut one. So the reason why I said the COVID stimulus money is not for next year, and we don't know, by the way, because the government came up with guidance that says they can get money from March 2020 to now. That is probably for sure going to keep increasing in dates because they passed 3 stimulus bills. And so don't think that they're not going to be able to use that money even in the future. Don't worry about that part. The other thing as well, when that comment was made about the COVID funding, which is related to the reconsideration, that was directly in their packet where they said they lost $350,000 this year, and that's how they justified their increase. And I said, no, they didn't lose anything, and they're not going to lose anything, so they shouldn't have a reason to justify. Considering all the other points are made, how we still have to pay ticket prices, there's other areas in our staff fee that we have to pay for that don't have revenue as high as theater. Literally, there's so much money in theater that we're fine cutting them $14,000. If the university really thinks it's going to be a detriment to theater, which you guys are claiming it will be, the university will pick up that $14,000 and use it and use tuition dollars for it. So don't think reconsidering this just opens a can of worms. And I don't think we need to go through this conversation again.
President Trini, some of that towed the line to out of order. So again, let's remember what we're here. So the parts about the merits of funding and certain things, I'm going to again strike. What we are discussing here is whether or not we are going to, whether or not you want to reconsider, not the funding levels, not the reasons for funding, none of that. Purely whether or not you want to reconsider. Okay. Senator Mendonça.
I just wanted to raise a point based on something that Senator Flynn had mentioned just now. I don't think that we should be reopening this based on making an assumption that senators did not understand what they were voting for. I don't think it's right to be able to, speak for someone else when we don't necessarily know what exactly they were voting for, or the fact that they actually know what they're voting for.
Thank you. Senator Bigg.
I don't think that we should reopen this just because we have wiggle room in the budget. Doesn't mean we need to increase the percentage anymore. So I will not be in favor of reopening this.
Okay, thank you. Senator Vondra.
Hi there. Sorry, I've been having Zoom issues. All right, so as somebody who is intimately involved in this department, I would just like to state that the comments about them having so much money in other places is simply not true. The cut that was made last year actually hurt us in a way that...
Okay, Senator Vondra, you're out of order. We're speaking about whether or not to reconsider, not about the specifics of funding. So do you have a comment about whether or not to reconsider?
Yes, I think we should reconsider.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Senator Alimo.
I do not think we should reconsider, as we've all heard really good facts and information spread from everyone else, and that is what I stand by.
Thank you. Senator Ruiz.
Yield to redundancy.
Okay. Can I have people, unless you are going to have a follow-up point, can we make sure that we're taking our things down? Okay, so let's see. I have no more. Okay, so Senator, let's see. I'm going to go to Senator Sweeney first.
Actually, Senator Alimo and Senator Flynn were up before mine.
Yes, but they have spoken before, so you have precedence.
Okay. I'm not going to vote for this, and the reason is I'm looking right at Robert's rules, and the purpose of reconsidering a vote is to permit correction of a hasty, ill-advised, or erroneous action, or to take into account added information or a changed situation that has developed since taking of the vote. I don't feel that has been that has not occurred in this case.
Thank you. Senator Flynn.
So I have spoken to senators out of band who were a little confused about what was going on. This is not an assumption I'm making. This is something that I know because I spoke to senators about it. And in my belief, that fits under the new information clause of Robert's rules.
Thank you. Senator, let's go. Senator Lima, I saw your hand is down. Do you still have a point?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Hands are coming up fast. Okay, Senator Nelson.
I would not be in favor of reopening this discussion. We had a lengthy discussion about it before, and frankly, it's beating a dead horse.
Okay. Senator, let's see. I'm just going. Senator Hopwood, have you spoken on this motion yet?
No.
Okay, then you may speak.
I don't think we should be reopening this either. You know, just because we have extra money, we don't need to be spending it because it's still saving money for the students. And also,
Senator, only on reconsidering, not on the merits of it.
Oh, okay, yeah, I won't be in favor of reopening it.
Okay, thank you. Senator Stiff.
I had two things. I don't know if I'm allowed to, but for one, I think I would like to point out that reopening the discussion doesn't necessarily mean that anything might change. It's just like talking about things again. Actually, yeah, that's it.
Is that a question or a comment?
It was a comment, sorry.
Okay, all right. Next I have Senator Sweeney.
I want to acknowledge what Senator Flynn was saying. However, where are they? Speak up right now. Be heard. Okay, we all have equal voice. If there's somebody that has a concern, I want to hear it. If not, I can't then vote to reconsider.
Okay, thank you. So let's take a look at where we're at here. All right. Okay, Senator Bigg, I have next.
Can I call the question?
You can call the question. There are speakers left on the speakers list, but you can make a motion to call the question. We haven't done that in so long. Do I need a second?
Yep.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Second.
Okay, Senator Mendonça seconds. So,
It'll take 1 times.
okay, hang on 1 second. All right. Okay, so we're gonna move previous question because, wait, we need 2/3. We need to vote on moving previous question before we vote on the motion to reconsider. Okay.
So this is a motion to end debate on.
Yep, so this is a motion to stop this discussion period right now. That's what we're voting on. So I'm going to ask for dissent. If you dissent to ending debate on this motion, you can dissent now. Okay, is there any dissent?
Dissent.
Okay, there is dissent. Now we need to go through. Is there a point of clarification? Or a question, a motion, a question? No? Okay. So give me a second. This is on move previous question for the motion to reconsider. Okay, so you are going to be voting now on the motion to move previous question to the motion to reconsider. You are voting on whether or not you want to vote on this motion to reconsider. Everyone clear? Okay, to move previous questions, you need a 2/3 majority. With our current count, I have that as, John said 23 out of 30. Oh, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, so you are, yes, you're voting move previous question. Senator Bigg.
Yes.
Senator Abdi. Senator Gustafson.
Yes.
Senator Gabbard.
No.
Senator Vondra.
No.
Senator Alimo.
Yes.
Senator Mendonça.
Yes.
Senator Parte. Senator Parte. Okay. Senator Salim. Senator Salim. Senator Parte changes his vote to yes. Senator Salim. Okay. Senator Nemo.
No.
Senator Hawk.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Khan said no.
No.
Okay. Senator Pham.
Yes.
Senator El-Sadi.
Yes.
Senator Albera.
No.
Senator Osman.
No.
Senator Stiff.
No.
Senator Nelson.
Yes.
Senator Sweeney.
Yes.
Senator Ruiz.
Yes.
Senator Wheeler.
No.
Okay, Senator Thomas.
Yes.
Senator Abbasi.
Yes.
Senator Bejarano.
No.
Senator Wickman.
Yes.
Senator Hopwood.
Yes.
Senator Flynn.
No.
Senator Novak.
No.
Senator Mecklenburg.
No.
President Trenny.
Yes.
Vice President Maltari. Okay. Senator Salim. Senator Salim. Okay, I'm gonna count that as an abstention. Yes. All right, I'm gonna mute myself as I count these votes.
And change their vote to yes from no, please. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? Yes, okay. On a vote of 17 to 12 to 0, this motion to move previous question does fail, meaning that we will continue discussion. Now, our speakers list got thrown way out of whack. So here's what we're gonna do as I open up more points of discussion. I'm just going to say who has exhausted their speaking points. Senator Flynn, you've exhausted your speaking point. Senator Big, do you have, and Senator Sweeney. Some people have 1, other people still have 0. Okay, are there any points of discussion on the motion to reconsider and reconsider only? Are there any points of discussion? President Trenny.
Again, I'm firmly going to say, I don't think with the motives that have been said for reconsideration, it's not justified. Period. Let's just move on. We're done, and let's move on and just end this and let's vote. I don't think if there's a reason why you're going to dissent, by the way, to vote and say no to vote just now, please say so. We dissented, or you guys want to apparently have more discussion, and clearly you guys have something else to say, so please say it. Because if you can't talk anyways, and you're whatever, let's just end this and move on.
Okay, let's remember to keep our comments respectful. We're all here for the same purpose.
I'm just trying to talk about it.
Okay. Next up, I have Senator Gabbard.
I am in favor of reconsideration, all I want to say.
Okay. Let's see. Senator Ruiz.
I'm in favor of us dropping this and moving on.
Okay. Senator Osman.
I just wanted to say that I'm in favor of reconsidering this motion.
Okay. Senator Alimo.
I am in favor of dropping this and moving on.
Okay. I'm also.
Honor, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Also, if let's make sure we're still yielding to redundancy, and bringing up new points in this discussion. Okay. Let's see. Senator El-Sadi.
I'm in favor of accepting the initial results that we have voted on in the first place, and not discussing this furthermore, because all the things that were meant to be discussed have been already presented to the table.
Okay, thank you.
I make a motion, we call the question.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor to move previous question. Hang on. Okay, can you hear me? There's no feedback? Okay. All right. There's a motion on the floor to move previous question. Is there a second?
Second.
Senator Novak seconds. All right. Okay. Can I have another sheet of parchment, please? Thank you. Okay. So is this debatable? Okay. There's a motion on the floor to move previous question. Sweeney, would you like to speak on that? Or Senator? It says right here it's amendable. Or debatable. Okay, I see something different, but that's fine. Okay, is there any dissent to moving previous question? Any dissent?
I dissent.
You dissent, okay. So that means we're gonna go into a roll call vote.
Would you stay for dissent?
Okay, so again, we're now voting to move previous questions. So we're voting to end discussion on the motion to reconsider. We are not voting on the motion to reconsider. We're voting to end discussion. Senator Bigd.
Yes. Yes, sorry.
Senator Abdi. Senator Abdi. Senator Gustafson.
Yes.
Senator Gabbard.
Yes.
Senator Vondra.
Yes.
Senator Alimo.
Yes.
Senator Mendonça.
Yes.
Senator Parte. Senator Parte votes yes. Senator Salim.
Yes.
Senator Nemo.
Yes.
Senator Hawk.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Pham.
Yes.
Senator El-Sadi.
Yes.
Senator Albera.
Yes.
Senator Osman.
Yes.
Senator Stiff.
Yes.
Senator Nelson.
Yes.
Senator Sweeney.
Yes.
Senator Ruiz.
Yes, please.
Senator Wheeler.
Yes.
Senator Thomas. Senator Thomas. Senator Thomas.
I'm here.
I understand. What is your vote?
Yes.
Senator Abbasi,
It's a yes.
Senator Bejarano,
Yes.
Senator Wickman,
Yes.
Senator Hopwood,
Yes.
Senator Flynn,
Yes.
Senator Novak,
Yes.
Senator Mecklenburg,
Yes.
President Trenny,
Yeah.
Vice President Maltari. Okay. So on a vote from 30 to 0 to 0, yes, that's correct. The motion to move previous question does pass. What we are now going to do is we are going to vote on the motion to reconsider. This would be to pick the theater budget line item back off, like essentially to reopen the discussion on that. All right, so that is what you are voting on. You're voting to reopen the discussion on the theater budget line item. Okay. Is there any dissent on the motion to reconsider?
Yes.
President,
Just do the roll call.
is there any dissent?
Yes.
Okay, there is dissent. So we are going to do a roll call. You are voting on the motion to reconsider, to pick it back up.
So are we, quick question. Are we saying yes means we want it reopened? I'm still a little
Correct. That's correct. So you are voting, if you vote yes, you're voting to basically reopen the conversation. If you're voting no, no change will happen. We will go back to discussing on voting the budget as a whole. Everyone, if you vote to abstain, you have a moral obligation or a really good reason why as to not vote right now. Everyone clear? Okay. Okay. On the motion to reconsider, Senator Bigd.
No.
Senator Abdi. Senator Abdi. Senator Gustafson.
No.
Senator Gabbard.
Yes.
Senator Vondra.
Yes.
Senator Limo.
No.
Senator Mendonça.
No.
Senator Parte. Senator Parte votes no. Senator Salim.
No.
Senator Nemo.
No.
Senator Hawk.
No.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Pham.
No.
Senator El-Sadi.
No.
Senator Albera.
No.
Senator Osman.
Yes.
Senator Stiff.
Yes.
Senator Nelson.
No.
Senator Sweeney.
No.
Senator Ruiz.
No.
Senator Wheeler.
No.
Senator Thomas. Senator. No. Okay. Senator Abbasi.
No.
Senator Bejarano.
No.
Senator Wickman.
No.
Senator Hopwood.
No.
Senator Flynn.
Yes.
Senator Novak.
Yes.
Senator Mecklenburg.
Yes.
President Trenny.
No.
Vice President Maltari. Okay.
Can it be considered?
Okay. On a vote, on the motion to reconsider, on a vote of 7 to 23 to 0, this motion does fail to meet the 2/3 guideline in order to pick this up and reconsider. This motion does fail. At this point, we are now back on our agenda. We now have to vote on the overall budget as a whole. John, could you please pull up the budget document as it is now?
Can I ask a point of clarification to John while he does it?
You can ask a point of clarification to me and I can yield it to
Can I
John.
ask a point of clarification?
State that.
John's, to see that increase that John's showing, how would we get that to zero? Just so everyone knows. I'm not suggesting anything.
I'm sorry?
What would we do to get that number to zero?
To get the increase to zero, you would either have to reduce the allocations, or you would have to use a strategy that has been done in the past called buying down, meaning that you would fully fund that increase out of unallocated reserves. So 270. So I'd have to play with the numbers to see what it would take to do that.
That's all.
Okay. Now we're back to that original budget, overall budget discussion. Okay. Let's get this back on what you've got. So you can see all of these numbers are accurate based on what you have passed. They are your allocations, everything that you voted on. You would be again a 3-cent increase, 3 pennies, 0.34%. And that's about it. So this would not be required to go to a referendum because it does not hit that 2% threshold. Okay, I'm not, do I need a motion to do this?
I would just say, at this point, we will approve both. Is there any dissent to approve?
Okay, understood. So there's no discussion on it at this point, correct? Okay, so is there any dissent to approving this final budget? Any dissent? Any dissent? Any dissent? This budget is approved as written. Congratulations, everybody. So because we did not go over that 2% threshold, I am going to go ahead and strike the if over 2% backup budget discussion from our agenda because we did not do that. So we are now going to go into announcements. Are there any announcements? Are there any announcements? Are there any announcements? Seeing no announcements, we're going to move on to roll call for one final time. Call checkout. Senator Biggs.
Present.
Senator Abdi. Senator Gustafson.
Here.
Senator Gabbard.
Here.
Senator Vondra.
Yeah, I'm here.
Senator Limo.
Here.
Senator Mendonça.
Here.
Senator Parte. Who's here? Senator Salim.
Present.
Senator Nemo.
Here.
Senator Hawk.
Here.
Senator Khan.
Here.
Senator Pham.
Here.
Senator Asladi.
Right here.
Senator O'Bara.
Here.
Senator Osman. Senator Osman.
Here.
Senator Stiff.
Here.
Senator Nelson.
Here.
Senator Sweeney.
Here.
Senator Ruiz.
Here.
Senator Wheeler.
Here.
Senator Thomas.
Here.
Senator Abbasi.
Here.
Senator Wickman, or excuse me, Senator Bejarano.
Here.
Senator Wickman.
Here.
Senator Hopwood.
Here.
Senator Flynn.
Here.
Senator Novak.
Howdy the third.
Senator Mecklenburg.
Here.
President Trini.
Here.
Vice President Maltari. And myself. Okay, congratulations, everyone. We have officially passed a budget in just under 6 hours. We have gotten this done, which means that at officially.
Tell me what's next week before we adjourn.
I was gonna get the gift card.
No, you got to go to Vice President Maltari for that. I don't know. Those were not my words. It does seem as though a lot of you now get naming rights over my third born child. So do with that what you will.
Rihanna Jr. please.
Awesomeness supreme reversal.
Okay, wonderful. We're gonna take
big boat face.
Okay. So at officially 8:59 p.m., I do call this meeting into adjournment. Thank you, everybody. Next week we have more fees, but hopefully shorter.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
See you next week.
Have a good night.
Bye bye. Good night.